my life for honor. I may not give my life for honor, but I would gladly give for you. I would gladly give for you. And when I hunger for a tree frog, I'm still in a dream snake eater.
Hello. Welcome back to court. Welcome to Great Ace. Great Ace. I'm excited. What's this game? Never heard of it. Neither. Welcome. Music is very dramatic right now. From Lane versus whatever. Anyway, well, hi. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for welcome. Hi. You know, and all that. Thank you. Welcome. Can't stay, but ooh, hope you have a whatever you're doing. What's so great about? We'll find out. Is what I want to know.
Dame dane, dame yo, dame nano yo. Anta ga suki de suki suki de ya. Dore dake tsuyoi o sake demo. Yugama nayo oide ga. Bagamitai.
Thank you for the heavy, Mr. Maxim. Appreciate it. The way I scrambled. Welcome. I'm very excited. I'm excited for a number of reasons. For one, I'm ready for more stupid lawyers that make me mad about it. For two, since I played like the first Ace Attorney, there were people who were like, it's fine if you skip the rest of Ace Attorney to get to Great Ace. Like, there are people who were just like, these are some of the best games in the entire franchise. So I've tried to go in with not like very elevated expectations. I don't really know what to expect exactly. But all I know is I've enjoyed the ride thus far, and considering how long it's been since I streamed Apollo, Ace Attorney 4, it's been a while since I've had the Shu Takumi mainline directly into my veins. So I'm very much excited for that aspect, because I think more than even a lot of people in chat in the community, I really enjoyed the non-Takumi helmed games. I really enjoyed the Investigations games. I know that those games have their fans. It's not like they're the black sheep of the franchise. Just I think those games are more controversial, I guess. While people still being like, they're good, just they don't reach the same heights. It seems like that's the common consensus, and I quite enjoyed them. Yeah, no, Shutakumi's brain is magical, so I'm very excited. So I want to get caught up with stuff so we can get into it, because we're already running late, boys, as it is. So, thank you. I'm excited to see how it goes. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, part of why I'm late is because I was like, I should write down who all recommended I stream this. And there's like 50 goddamn names, so I apologize if I missed anyone. And also for when unless I crash out so hard of this, I'm like, I'm not playing Great Ace 2, which I don't think will happen, but assume that these are the same names that recommended Great Ace 2 when we get there, because I don't know, most people recommended the two of them together. So the people who recommended this was Tyrak, Ryan V97, Arzak88, Vortex14, Digby, Smexy Deer, Kitsuna Civ, Collateral, Quincy Maru, Killer Cat, Gonzor, Crimson Ocat, Insanity Imp, Brainrot is real in here, Maru Burr, Solemn, Snow Beetle, Flavier, Flutter Ninja Sucks, Arsenic Edward, Vegan, Wire Mouse, Atlas Neko, Dilithium Dragon, Coop Blooper, Enzena Owl, It Isn't Dana, Phil Collins, who said Shutakumi's back, baby, and I'm like, oh my god, Phil Collins, I'm such a big fan. Rabology, Yet Another Brony, Blooper Duper, Afterglow Ampharos, Smashmat 202, Winter Rose 27, ZVXA, Porygon, Rainy Mountains, Adam, and 5 anonymous users. So, if this game sucks, you're all wrong. It's just, I hit Control F and I typed great and it was like just so many fucking names. So thank you. I'm glad to I hope it's a good time. I'm excited. I don't really know what to expect because I feel like I collectively watched Onsta stream maybe like half an hour total across Great Ace 1 and 2. But that was all in the context of like her being paused on a screen and yelling to be like, go away. Like positive, but go away. So I've seen like tiny little things out of context basically. But I'm excited to finally hop into the Brain Run. Also, just a whole new cast of characters. I don't know if there's any real overlap of note. Because that was one of the things, like, despite how much I did enjoy 4, 5, and 6 of Ace Attorney, it did feel like it sort of had, yeah, everyone go follow Onsta if you're not following her. What are you doing? Click a button. But yeah, I feel like the 4, 5, and 6 had this sort of specter hanging over them of those first 3 games. Even 4, which was still Takumi, still felt like they were trying to get out from under that shadow. And I feel like moving to a different time period, whole new cast of characters, I feel like that might be good. I don't know. Neat. Also good about, yeah, yeah, once I'm done with this, I need to find all of her VODs and sift through it and be like, okay, now I can enjoy it. So yeah, thank you. Let me get caught up with stuff. I don't know before. Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed streaming them, not just because I got to share them with all of you, but because I was able to be like, well, I I like getting people's takes. And like, my wheelhouse is typically game mechanics. I feel like that's what I'm better suited to talking about and analyzing. I like plot and story and I like talking about it, but I'm not like super in the weeds about like characters. I just, you know, I like what I like and I can talk about it, but to play a game that's effectively a visual novel and just kind of get into the plot and characters and the structure and the actual like puzzle box design of some of the murder mysteries and how they evolve it over time. I like breaking that stuff down. I like talking to chat, to you, and being like, yeah, this is a little bit weaker because X, Y, Z, or this is a banger, or like this is controversial because for some people they like this. So, I don't know, it's fun to talk about. Are VODs still on? I have no idea. That's a great question. Maybe I just need to find clips. So, I appreciate it, Vazari. It's not to say like, well, I have a tendency to ramble, but I don't think I'm like horribly inadequate at explaining how I feel. It's more like, I think my brain and the way that what my usual approach to games is very like mechanics first. That's like what you're doing, the tactile connection you have to the game is like usually what I'm focused on, and I feel like a great story can elevate an otherwise like okay game, but sometimes a banger game doesn't, like, I don't know. It's a whole kind of mess because a lot of games, the story and the gameplay are kind of separate things. I don't want to get into it. We can play the video game, but I feel like I have more words, I have more language, I have more experience. I'm more better suited to talking about mechanics and being like, when this happens, I want this, and the game's making me do these things or whatever. So, the name Sherlock Holmes, I think it's great. I am aware of the fact that in the Japanese original release of this game, his name is just Sherlock Holmes, and I don't remember. I think he's just been public domain. I don't know if that was a more recent. I don't know, but for some reason they named him Sherlock Holmes in the Western release. And learning that fact kind of broke my heart because I'm like, what do you mean Shutsukumi didn't invent Sherlock Holmes? That seems like something he would do. I almost wonder if he's like, damn it, that's good. Because it seems so funny to just be like, we have this great famous detective and his name's Sherlock Holmes. Like, that's so stupid. So, I don't know. That's great. Love this one. Nice. Welcome. We're gonna get started in a minute. But, you know. It's almost as old as Sherlock Holmes. Really? Is it like, go back to some of the earlier, I don't know, I almost said web serials, like newspaper periodicals back in the day. Some of the books are used, it wasn't published until like 2 years ago, something like that. Okay, so maybe they're like, some stories are still copyrighted. Shoutouts to things becoming public domain again, finally. Every January 1st, I love reading like the Wikipedia page of here's all the shit that's public domain now. It's great. And for so long, we didn't have that. For most of my life, we didn't have anything new entering public domain. And it's just such a nice feeling to be like, every year, there's more shit we can work with as a society. It's great. Mm-hmm. Nancy Drew. Betty Boop's dog form is public domain. Let's go. The idea that Sherlock was a real person and they sort of almost everyone casually gets his name wrong is and no, he just doesn't correct them. Yeah. So anyway, I didn't read the game. Read it. Very exciting. Yes. Oh yeah. Absolutely. Shouts to the Flipper Frog fans. Sure. Thank you. Oh, that's a lot of bits. Thank you. Let me get caught up on all that. I just want to say, hey, thanks. Welcome. If you're going to be, I don't know. There's people who are like, I can't stay. In which case, have a go in. The VODs will be there. Hope everyone had a good GDQ week for anyone that was watching speedruns like I was. It was a good week. A lot of runs I want to get caught up on, but I basically spent the last 2 days, more or less, just fusing with the couch and watching speedruns and having a good time. So, my short list of, if there's two, maybe three runs that I would recommend that anyone watch, whether or not you're super invested in speedrunning. American Truck Simulator, which was a race that I mentioned last stream, literally and metaphorically went off the rails immediately. I know it's trucks, rails, whatever. The point being, like, that was not a speedrun, it was pure comedy for like half an hour. It's a fun time. Watch it. Trans rigs are real. Truck Yuri is also real. It was very fun. Thank you for pointing at me. I appreciate it. I always, whenever I see any of my emotes or any, even not emote, just like a regular, someone I know from this community, when I see them in GDQ chat, I'm like, point. Yeah, Truck Yuri is real. So that, American Truck Simulator, AGDQ 2026, the Majora's Mask Blindfolded by Bubzia. Bubzia has done a bunch of blindfolded runs, and they're basically all worth watching. But the Majora's Mask run, not to spoil it, but he does stale reference manipulation blindfolded, and that might not mean anything to you, but basically he's doing extremely advanced, the kind of shit in some games where you're able to, it's in Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, they figured it out in a bunch of other games, where you're able to, not to get in the weeds, but like in certain games, a lot of programming is like things pointing at things to be like, that's a thing. So in a game, you pick up a rock, and there's somewhere in the game's code that's like, Link's holding a rock, and the rock has these coordinates, and we're tracking its position, when he puts it down, that rock is now here. You have things pointing at other things. Stale reference just means you're pointing at something that's a stale reference. It's no longer actually pointing where it should be. It doesn't matter. I'm not gonna explain it well. But it's very technical and requires like extremely specific positioning, extremely specific angles, and when sighted runners who have vision are doing these, they have all of these visual references and specific things they're doing to get in these. They have all these setups, a lot of buffered inputs. Doing all that shit blindfolded is like, bro. So anyway, blindfolded Majora's Mask was insane and very fun. And then the last one I recommend, there's way more in this I would recommend, but the top three that come to mind immediately were the American Truck Simulator, blindfolded Majora's Mask, and they did a run of Mario 64 70 star, which is not anything necessarily new to GDQ, but they did it with 70 people. They did a relay where they had one person do 1 star, and then they would swap them out. And it was very silly and very stupid, and most of them were people with no experience with the game before like that week. So it was a lot of like people just kind of fucking around and finding out. It was very silly. Some very hype moments, very fun moments. More, yeah. Also, there was more. I didn't see Egg. That was an awful block. I had to go to bed. It was like 5 a.m. my time or something. I need to watch basically all of Awful Block. So yeah, nice. Yeah. I mean, there were people who had experience. You could tell when someone hopped on and just started doing all these tricks. You're like, yeah, no, they know what they're doing. But it was good. Join my bed with extreme surprise delight when I start streaming. Oh, welcome. Have a good lurk, Holly. Thank you. I appreciate that. All the love to the lurkers. I don't like to shout out the lurkers because they get perceived and they scatter. Like lifting up a cool rock and seeing bugs. I'm just like, I just want to appreciate the cool bugs without exposing them to the light of day. So, don't worry about it. But Room was very fun. Yeah, I could go on and on. I was just like, by all means, keep recommending them in the chat. If I just recap the entire week of runs I watched. We'll be here for an hour before I play any goddamn 30. We've been noticed, cheese. Cool bug. You are a cool bug. Also, since last stream, some resubs from Jasmine Jasso, Steve Believe, Coro381, Pikachu Girl, 1250. Excuse me. Ben M. Power, 236, and Jolly Rogers was 73 months and said Januario. My favorite of the Mario quintuplets. JC Prophet, thanks for the hammy. I don't care what hammy this gets. Can you play the France scrapped hammy? Yeah, that's on SoundCloud. Let me find it. I know it's on my computer somewhere. I just don't know where I saved it. There it is.
France is what I yell into my DS, but I'm not sure why it works. I think the voice recognition's busted. I believe, Your Honor, that there's evidence this witness has been coached. The prosecution's cheating, yet you're only mad at me. Objection!
There you go. Yeah, I don't even remember why. Just for some reason I was like, I'm not fully happy with this. I want to, yeah! I accidentally clicked on F-Zero. Sure. This is the vibe I want. Hey, good. I appreciate it. Yeah. I mean, I plan on making more alerts. I've been saying for how many years, I'm gonna make some more alerts. I want to. Just, you know, pick a thing to do. You can only do one thing at a time. What song is that based on? What did I miss? Cause he's talking about he was in France. I think that was the only connection. Cause Thomas Jefferson was in France. Like, it's like when he comes in and the song calms down and then... Anyway. What did I miss? What did I miss? Don't say, oh, I give you a kiss. What? Yo, thank you. Friend Crichton, thanks for 44 months. I can only mostly watch VODs. Well, appreciate you at least stopping by for a minute, whenever you can. I thank you for the Prime, and thank you for the VODs. Rob Wood, thanks for 5 months, also with a Prime. Thank you. I always say, by all means, you can use your Prime here, and I appreciate it. Just use your Prime somewhere. If you got a Prime sub and it's not being used, it's not doing anything for anybody. Just find a small streamer you like and drop a Prime on them. They will appreciate it. Or a year. I just, whatever. Mr. Max M gifted a sub to 18 Bs. Dear God. Rival Link, thanks for 41. Time for Herlock Shones. Loop Back Art, thanks for gifting a sub to Ghetto the Obscure. Trumpet Wings, thanks for 100 bits. Whoa, now I really need to finish my game so I can watch you live. Yeah, clock's ticking. I said I was gonna come to this soon. I was feeling the lawyers. They were calling me, and I was like, "How'd you get this number?" And they're like, "This is your court mandated. You've been summoned." And I don't know what the bet is. Ravenous, thanks for 18 months. Welcome back. Enjoy your very mildly cursed skeleton key. Zenki XLR, thanks for 43 months. Smash Mouth with 100 bits. Remember watching on the stream list, we're gonna meet Hercule Poirot in this game. I hope so. Mr. MXM with a hammy, the time has come. Quincy Morrow, thanks for 33. Basilisk, thanks for 17. Looking forward to this since the first Ace Attorney, my favorite of the series. Thank you. Smash Tunes, thanks for 2 years. Finally time for great Ace Attorney. Trials and Tribulations were my faves for the longest time, but these games quickly became my favorites of the series. Hope you enjoy them. Thank you so much for 2 years. Leo Ishii, thanks for 27. Looking forward to this for a long time. Hope I can keep up watching live. If not, I can join the cute VOD watchers. It's true. MN___ with 5 months. Be gone ads. I need to watch the historically accurate racism. Is that what I've signed up for by streaming this? I am not aware of what this game's about. I know it's a period piece. I guess I should assume. Yatagoni, thanks for 79 months. Oswald, thanks for 50 bits. Gosh dang it, Barrel Tonio. I was gonna finish Great Ace Attorney 2 before you started. This is just Ace Attorney 1. Great Ace 1. You got plenty of time. But yeah, chop chop, get to it. Also, I don't remember who said it, but while I was being late to start stream, someone called me bar exam, and I was like, how in the fuck? How many hours of lawyer games have I streamed? I'm sure someone said it, and I was like, that's great, and I forgot. But like, bar exam? I'm sitting out here for how long, and I haven't... I guess I can collectively include chat with this. Chat, why the fuck did we not think of that? I have to make a new... Well, it's fine. I'll probably find a character or something I want to make an emote out of. And I'll just call it bar exam. Except, this isn't modern day, whatever. It's fine. It's all fucked now. Last Space Cadet, thanks for 52 months. Brock, thanks for 100 bits. Zoom, please. Ty, thanks for 5 months. Love me some AA. Mako, thanks for 100 bits. I want to talk about the game's development after Ace Attorney vs. Leighton Shu wanted to return to the main series, so he tried to help with 5, but was denied since they were far into development. He decided to make a new series and make it a trilogy. The Bakami tide is strong. Might have been me. It has to have been. Thank you so much for the hammy. I'll get to that in a second. So they're too far in it. So he worked on 4, then he went to work on Leighton versus Ace Attorney, and then came back and was like, "Hey, can I help with 5?" And they're like, "You can't help us anymore." That's interesting. So then he decided to make a new series and make it a trilogy. You can see there's only 2 games. The first game didn't sell as much as Capcom hoped, and he was only allowed to finish the series in 1 more game, which I believe he did a great job with it. Nice. I sincerely hope that Capcom's push to re-release all of these games and make them accessible on modern hardware is a testing of the waters, maybe, of interest. I don't know. I'd be very curious to see. I've been joking for a long time that the moment I finish all of Ace Attorney and I'm all caught up, that's when they'll announce Ace Attorney 7. So I gotta pick up the pace. They're waiting on me to finish. Will the miracle ever happen? Give him a burning pen again. He's been standing there with a pen on fire for how many years? Forever hoping. I know. I am very much... I'm a new fan to the franchise, but I'm right there with you now. Zavrin, thanks for 80 months. Haven of Oddities, thanks for 100 bits. Hope this courtroom game is totally no nonsense and serious. What are we up to today? Yeah, I'm here for intense legal dramas and no shenanigans. Oswald, thanks for 50 bits. Ace 3426 have the issue of feeling like they didn't know how to move the story forward and just like remember the first 3 games a lot. Remember being annoyed that unlike the previous trilogy, characters from 4 and 5 don't show up after their original games to show they changed over time. Instead, they just bring back trilogy characters to do more of the same. I agree. I think that's one of the weaker parts of that trilogy. That part of the saga. None to this point. I mean, compared to when the first one came out, I would still say I'm relatively new. But yeah, I as someone who enjoyed those games on their own merits, I agree, full 100% that as I said, it felt like they couldn't fully get out of the shadow of the trilogy and have its own unique voice. As much as I enjoyed Phoenix's arc in 4, especially, then it sort of felt like, okay, well now you have them like working together, but then you need to give each of them a function within the narrative. And more often than not, it felt kind of contrived to be like, okay, Team Alpha over here, Team Bravo over here, break. Oh no, they can't do anything. It's up to you in court now. And it just kind of felt like, I don't know. I still think like the moment-to-moment characterization and mysteries and situations were just engaging enough, but just like, yeah, that core. Which, from the original 3, it's not like it started that way. It felt like very much bottled in the first one, and sort of over the course of that trilogy, kind of felt like it opened up more. So, it's kind of a tricky situation to be in. They made him add Phoenix because they were afraid that Phoenix wasn't actually doing so well. I mean, there's an argument to be made there. Because he made a series without character you know, and it apparently didn't sell that well. So, like, as much as I want to be like, boo, publisher always wrong. You know, studio notes always bad. Sometimes you're talking about making something you want to get a return on investment. And I think what they did with him in 4 was interesting. It's just more like after 4, Phoenix is just kind of like the same guy, but he's just off to the side a bit because he's not the main guy, and it's just kind of weird. So, we're getting new lane after everything. That's true. That is true. The two requirements to apologize for everything coming out and the juried system. Yeah, that's the weirder part to me. It's being like, not just we want a character back, but the jury. Anyway. Cicerel, thanks for 31 months. Toon Tush, thanks for 51. Sony plays myself, so I'll duck out. Have a good duck. And hope to see you in the VODs when you play it. Hope you enjoy it. Darkra, thanks for 62 months. It's time. Bar Perceive. Excited for you to be playing TGAA. It's my favorite entry in the series, right next to the OG trilogy. I can hardly believe we're approaching the end of the Ace Attorney journey. Hope you enjoy the craziness. Objection! The Sis, thanks for 70. It was just watching the Bill Nye VOD. Good timing. I hope you enjoy it. I had a lot of fun making the thumbnail for that. I knew I wanted to grab a frozen Bill Nye FMV.jpg and just plaster "We are going to die" all over it. It was the rare elusive VOD thumbnail where I was like, I know exactly what this needs to be. The Sis, thanks for 70 months. Happy New Year was just watch. Oh, that's what I just read. Mr. Max M, thanks for 510 bits. He was introduced to Sherlock Holmes through a crossover with Arsène Lupin, and to avoid upsetting the Doyle estate, the author of that crossover changed his name to Sherlock Holmes. So Shutakumi was introduced to Sherlock from a crossover with Lupin, and in the Lupin crossover, his name was Sherlock Holmes. And then Shutakumi learned about this character and looked into it, maybe read some stories or whatever, saw some adaptations, and then put him into Greatest Attorney and called him Sherlock Holmes. But then when that was localized to the West, they didn't want to run afoul of the estate, so they changed it, coincidentally, also to Sherlock Holmes. Okay. I need my yarn. Great, thank you. This is fun. That is a fun fact. Hails Bales, thanks for the sub. Welcome. I hope you enjoy the emotes. Most of the Ace Attorney emotes are on BTTV. So if you subbed for that, thank you. You didn't need to, but I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy the emotes anyway. Brown Cabin, thanks for 15 months. I do have like Apollo's, the Perceive, and the Athena Listen. There's a couple that are sub only, but yeah. Also, yeah, bars. I'm sure someone's gonna break out of prison. Oh, the Digiboy theme song. Everyone remember Digiboy from F-Zero GX? They did an F-Zero GX run at GDQ. That was very fun. Brown Cabin, thanks for 15. You're telling me this history is great? Nonetheless, excited to see you stream this and in the insanity that's to come. SML Captain, thanks for 16. Will we get Larry Butts' descendants? Hopefully his ascendants, if anything. But yeah, I hope if anyone shows up, if I hear so much as a whiff of his theme song, I'm alt F4ing so hard. We're out of here. Because like that was also the thing from Investigations. I feel like Investigations more so than 4, 5, and 6 was like, here's character you know, and it was all the most annoying character. It was a who's who of my least favorite characters from the original trilogy. So I feel like I can be safe. I can find new characters to hate here. Is my what I'm excited about. Jillybugs, thanks for the sub. Welcome. Or is it Jillbugs? I'm bad at reading. I think it's Jillbugs. Thank you. Welcome. Captain Shrike, thanks for 63. Sadie, thanks for 79 in a tier 2. It's secondary Barry one step more complicated than elementary. It's secondary, my dear. If it's Herlock Sholmes, would it be Juan Jotson? Juan Jotson. Make him a Spaniard. Name him Juan Jotson. I think it works. Whatever you want, man. Appreciate it. You'll see. Oh, God. CD, thanks for 79 months in a tier 2. Wire Mouse, thanks for 100 bits. Ace 30, this great coming home from GDQ present. My partner and I had a wonderful time having to be in our room for the fire alarm. We didn't have to go outside in the Pittsburgh January. Nice. Also, yes, I'm glad to hear you had a great time. And safe travels home, or you're already home, whatever. But yeah, I saw Wire Mouse made a number of prizes for GDQ. And so it's always cool to see the I'm blanking on the name of the type. I keep wanting to say Stitch, and like it's not, it's, you know, the type of thing that you make. I haven't even started playing the game, and I'm already, brain is working, but, you know, anyway, it's crochet, but it's also the push embroidery thing. Point being, it's fun to point at the screen and be like, Wire Mouse made that, and so, glad you had a good time, and, Needle fell, I think, yeah, Watson. Anyway, point being, I appreciate it. Case 3, am I right? I'm glad you had a good time at GDQ. Camera Strike. Thanks for the hand. These games are well on the main series. This is the longest case one of the series. This is the longest case one. Okay. Good to know. Why indeed? Needlefelt. Needlefelt was what I was looking for. Also, Meister Jazz said it, but I did actually remember it. Yes, Wire Mouse makes Needlefelt. Little, like, I have one on the shelf you can't see. So there we go. I got there in the end. Captain Strike, thanks for the hammy. In the post-GDQ hype, I'd love to share some joyous news. There's a new egg in the nest. After a miscarriage and 2 horrid years of IVF, Mrs. Shrek is finally very pregnant with our second, who we've dubbed Tiny Finch. Thanks for creating such a wonderful community when I can share this wonderful news. Chat, we need all your good wishes and spirit bomb energy for the pregnancy. The morning sickness is kicking her ass so much more than before. I hope it goes smoothly. And congrats to you and yours, Tiny Finch. Meister Jazz, thanks for 39 months. Sholmes, we meet that vile man soon. Ozzo, thanks for 50 bits. Do you want Ace 27 with new characters? Ace 27 with Athena. The real answer is I want whatever Shu Takumi wants to do, which is not a satisfying answer. It's more like I trust. What would I prefer? Probably new characters? Probably? I don't know. Ask me after I've played more Great Ace, because everything I know Ace Attorney, it's like Ace Attorney and Ghost Trick is like the Shu Takumi in my brain. And most of it is Ace Attorney. So I don't have a whole lot of sample size to go off of like, oh, it's really fun when he has a whole new cast of characters with my life. I wish Shadow the Hedgehog would appear in court. I hope they do another Murder Sonic the Hedgehog, like visual novel April Fool's thing, and they do it in this style. I think that'd be great. That'd be really good. 1,000 tomatoes. Thanks for 5 months. Unpleasantness Scarlet, thanks for 40. Wow. Fluffbot, thanks for 68. Oh. Rival Link, thanks for the soup. I also like to say that with both of these games, they flow a lot better if you play them as one single long Ace Attorney game. Well, I think that much Ace Attorney would break Barry's brain. You mean Great 1 and 2? Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do them back to back. I'll try not to have a huge break between them, if that is the case, but there's no way I can. I looked this up on how long to beat, and it's like 1 billion hours, so I don't think I would do this all in. I mean, I could always, you know, pepper in streams of other stuff in between, but even still, that's still just a lot. My brain needs to cool down. That one brain cell, man, is vibrating. Oh, Tina, thanks for our soup. Crashes in the chat. OMG, right when I was watching your original trilogy for the first time, already watched the other 5. With this and me getting my first shiny Pokemon ever, I'd say this might just be my lucky day. Congrats. Thanks. What was the shiny, Tina? Tell me in the chat. Musha Bunny, thanks for 5 years. Oh boy, Ace Attorney time. Welcome. Also, Tina, forgot to mention, both the final cases of this duology are filled with extremely heavy subjects, especially 1-5. Might want to have a warning ready for when you get there. I'll just yell the warning now. I don't know any specifics, but apparently this duology has some heavy subject matter. So, I at least know there's some period-appropriate racism. So, we have that to start with and more to pile on top. So if it ever gets too heavy for you, you might need to take a break, take care of yourself, do what you need to do. Poke Emblem, thanks for 62 months. More crazy law shenanigans. Real Kobe Jack, thanks for 400 bits. While Great Ace Attorney Chronicles has its problems, I think it genuinely has some of the best characters in the series, from main ones to silly one-off NPCs. I'm excited to hop into it. Thank you. I'm Penguin. Thanks for 31 months. 31 for how many thumbs I have up for Great Ace Attorney. You should be in a science journal. That's amazing. Also, Mint Mango, thanks for 10 minutes. Decided today I wanted to learn Blender, and I've made a crisp low-poly plate of sushi. Enjoy. It rips. Thank you. Enjoy your low-poly sushi. Did Tina say what the shiny was? I probably don't even know the Pokemon. I just thought it'd be neat. I named him Justice. It was a Phalanx. Shiny Phalanx. That is the guy that I know. That's not just the guy I know, that's the guy that I like. Shit. Damn. I was, like last night I was watching the Pokemon Emerald final run of GDQ from 8F. And I'm like, my ass done know Emerald Pokemon. There was fun stuff. I still enjoyed watching it, but I'm just like, my brain in Pokemon, it just glances off. But Phalanx is a shiny steppy. Peppy steppy. My beloved. That was Song Civilization. Nice. Civilization. The beating of the peppy steppy. Is that Justice? Oh, you named him Justice from... So, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I got you. Fortune Chaos. Thanks for 6. Summon for Ace 30. Gotta get my wacky lawyers fixed. Thanks for choosing me to this series. Barry and chat. You're in here for the brain rot with me. Let's go. Let's fucking do it before anyone else does anything. Let's go. Let's go. Let's do it. Flamboyant nonsense? That is what I signed up for. And if I don't get it, I'm gonna be mad. Modern Pokemon games with no mons I recognized. I mean, I played through, Oh. Mako posted in chat, expect bad words like, and then posted in Automat was like, I don't think you should put that in the chat. And I'm like, I don't really want to approve that either. It's fine. But yeah, like, understandable. So if there's bad, I'm assuming this game doesn't have voice acting. So if there's things that I decide not to read out loud, that might be why. So I guess we'll see. But yeah, I did play through Sword, which was a lot. I mean, there were like, wasn't that Galarian variants? Is that the right region? There were things in there that was like, I know this guy, but a lot of them were new. And there were things I enjoyed about Sword, but I also felt like I was like, yeah, I got my slight VA. Okay. He does have voice acting. Oh. But yeah, I picked up, oh, you did redeem a poll. That's true. Yes, the bad Japanese racist word made sense in sentence. Yeah, I'm like, I don't really want to prove that to be in the chat. There's that poll. Let me get that going. Yeah, I played through Sword and was like, I feel like I've now satisfied my desire to play Pokemon for the next 25 years. It's just not really a franchise for me, and that is okay. So the question is, how long until Barry has to ask chat for help? 1 hour, 2 hours, or never? And it's a poll, not a prediction, so, you know. What do you think? Are you sure you want to post this? Going to be on a different keyboard and type the word buy, bite, and bite? You see my ass? Nice. Extremely questionable accents? Hell yeah. Arguably the worst ones to date. Maybe I picked a bad one. I don't know. From what I saw of Scarlet and Violet, I think I would have had a worse time if that was the one I picked to go with. I mean, maybe there's a part of me that if I hadn't played Sword, I would have checked out one of the Legends games, but even then, what I've seen of the Legends games, I'm like, these seem to be a step in a direction that I'm like, because that was my thing with playing Sword. I'm like, this is the same game I played on my Game Boy in 1996, just 3D. And that's fine if that's what you want, but I was like, I want like to see them explore new ideas in a more moment-to-moment gameplay mechanical way. And it seems like Legends is doing that, but I still think it's just, I don't know if there's a version of Pokemon other than a spin-off game, like Pokemon Snap kind of shit. I don't know if there's a mainline Pokemon RPG that I'll be like, ooh, this is for me, and that's fine. I don't need them to remake a very popular franchise for me. So I'm just happy to be like, yay, Pokemon, enjoy. I'm good over here. Larvadur proof. Yep. I wish Pokemon fans a very mainline Pokemon not developed by Game Freak. This is my hope for you all. Good luck. Me version, personalized. It's still a Switch 1 game. Yeah, that is what I've seen as well. Thank you. You're welcome. You are very welcome. It'll never happen, but thanks. You know, I've tried. That's my yeah. Anyway, but I was like, let me get started. JC, Prophet, thanks for soup. It's kind of an Ace Attorney tradition for me at this point, but trans update. I should have like breaking news graphic. Trans update. I'm thinking about names. No idea what I'm gonna pick because nothing has felt great yet, but we'll figure it out. I believe in you. You're gonna land on something that you're like, that's the one. It's gonna click. It's gonna slot in like it was always there. And you're gonna be like, yeah. There we go. Retail Sisyphus, thanks for getting a sub. To Dow Gamer. Thank you. Trans news alert. Breaking genders. That's funny. Anyway, let's go. Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, or we'll only just do the first one. Select my adventure. I will do that. I already went into the options and I made one change, which was to turn off flashing lights. Because I'm assuming this game likes to do Shu Takumi's favorite thing, which is flashing the whole screen white for a frame for emphasis. So that's off as much as I can turn off with a toggle. So we're gonna go into... Whoa. They made these games 2 years apart. My God. Anyway, we'll get to this eventually. Oh, I don't like the many chairs. That's giving me Leighton versus Phoenix vibes. I'm concerned. Anyway, yeah. New game.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling.
Doggy!
It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Yep, that's me.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Hey, Chad, I have a question. How much is my ignorance of Japanese history gonna fuck me over? The Adventure of the Great Departure. Bienvenue à la Carnival. Yes, you'll be okay. Like, I don't want Christ. I get that that's meant to be a typewriter, but that is not a great stock sound effect. That is intense. Yeah, I don't want spoilers. So if it's like, hey, you need to know this for the case to make sense, ask me if I want to know more about it. I always tread with caution. Just when in doubt, ask me if there's something you want to tell me about. But anyway, it's the 22nd of November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber 5. Things happen. Oh. It's fine. I'll just watch Bill Wirtz's video, and then I'll have all of human history and Japanese history just locked in perfectly accurately. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. SFX specifically. Yeah, I might. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Do a Japanese accent. How about I don't? How about I don't do that? What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Whoa. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Naruhodo. I understand. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. IU. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. That's not Phoenix. And now here I am, waiting my trial. That's enough. 3D. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. Yeah, but he brings a fan with him wherever he goes. And yet I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Oh, rotates to face you. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. Hey, pirate, welcome. Get his ass. No spoilers. I did miss the 3D models. I thought they were fun in Layton versus Phoenix. It's just fun to come back to 3D. What are you apologizing to me for? No, I suppose that wasn't my fault. This was originally on the 3DS, right? So I'm assuming you had stereoscopic 3D, which would make his rotating the face even more upsetting. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. Ha ha ha, there you go again, apologizing. Just like always. 3D Layton was great. 3D Layton was... In Miracle Mask, the first of the 3D Laytons, it was rough, but you got used to it. Only in Japan. Oh, okay. Interesting. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. Yeah, that's the thing is, it feels like they translate the art style pretty well, whereas Layton and Luke in 3D was like, oh dear God. It had like the mascot costume effect. But obviously you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe in me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Thanks, Ashbourne. I'm excited. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean, I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Also, apologies in advance. I'm definitely gonna get pronunciations wrong, and feel free to correct me. My best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergrad. Just learn Japanese. Easy. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. They just invented lawyers, here in Japan anyway. Asagi. It's pronounced Kiryu. My qualifications don't mean much yet. Stress is always on the first. Gotcha. So it's Ryunosuke. No, anyway. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud of a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. The stress is on the third syllable. Congratulations, Kazuma. Even in the 2D art, his goddamn bandana is blowing. It looks like you're gonna get to study abroad at last. Study abroad, like in... I mean, I know this is a period piece and all, but I'm like, hey, she's talking about studying abroad. It seems a little bit, I don't know, man. What's her name? Like a chick? Anyway, I know, I've been forever dreaming of this day. I got an art class, we're gonna study abroad. Finally, these government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. Don't talk about Kazuma like that. I'm really happy for you and proud as your friend. Amber is equally wrong. Unless I'm speaking it with like a fluent Japanese accent. I'm not. I've watched enough anime to know that sometimes you could just kind of like, not to be like the high benchmark for pronunciation is a low budget dub of an anime, but like I'm doing my best. Hopefully that's where the bar is. It's just like, I don't know. Kazuma! There's not a soul in the universe who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. Wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only we're that shrimple. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. All right, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Or did he say it like partner? Like a cowboy. He's a ghost! It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? Oh. Partner. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. This dude's evil. He seems calm and collected. He's probably evil. But never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. All right then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuha. Oh, this is awkward. Oh, he's looking at me. If I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Eugene Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Oh, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. A female guy, as I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Hisogi's told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. I don't take kindly to friendships. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Hisogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? Okay. Oh, as I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Hisogi may have chosen not to tell you. You've only had like 3 years to play it yourself. Play it! He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. It's music. I mean, Ace Attorney having good music, I'm not surprised, but like... Listen to that fucking violin. Shit. But, then what should I do? Yeah, nervous violin intensifies. Naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Shredda Oberdin. I mean, Oberdin was ripping this off, right? So, as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. Who am I getting married to? I do? But what will the question be? Surely not, do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant? Court is about to begin! Kazuma. Are we not engaged to Kazuma already? Oh no. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Sogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. My duels of destiny. 22nd November, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. Emphasis on the his fucking eyes. The year's roughly 1899. It's pronounced Moida. Yes, yeah. His peepers are peeping. It's really good. So this is a courtroom. Oh my god. The Supreme Court of Judiciary. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The flip, whatever. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. So, someone high up in the government killed this professor? And that's why is that what the... Where's the one come from? I think every time he moves somewhere, he has a big standing fan. He has to run a cable to plug it in. Sets it up. But why? It'll become clear in time, but for now... You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. What the fuck? Ah! Winston Payne? The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Hold on a second. I just gotta... Judge age 20. This is the same judge, right? Ooh, the drums. Little snare in there. That's good. That's good. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. This fucking eyes darting around is so good. That's correct, Your Excellency. Thank you for the bits. In Japanese, Naruhodo and Aoichi, there's surnames of Phoenix and the Paints. Gotcha. I saw his name was Ayuchi, and I was like, is that some sort of a pun, or is it, yeah, is it just... Thanks for answering the question. I didn't even fully formulate. The rest seems normal. Yeah, I might... Never mind. I might not. I thought maybe there was a slider I can just turn them off. I was like, I just thought there'd be sliders for that. So, okay. On or off. There we go. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedures for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. Pronounced ouchie. Ouchie. Thank you. Wish there were sliders. I wonder if there's a mod. Maybe. As this is an unusual circumstance, I'm obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? Oh, is it me? Oh, this is it. This must be the question. Who is going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Wait and see. I like these sounds. They're almost like... They remind me of like Monster Hunter sounds from the older Monster Hunters, where you have like blippy kind of UI stuff with like a tactile chunk underneath it. I like it. It's nice. Anyway, wait and see. I'm sure it'll be fine. Kazuma's the lawyer here. I can't defend myself. Very golden, son. If I said I do... It's a really good face. If I said I do, it would be tantamount to lying. And I've been accused of murder. For goodness sake, this is no time for lies. Try to stop fidgeting, Ryunosuke. It's distracting. But if I don't say I'll defend myself now, things could end very badly for my friend. Your Excellency, no confirmations needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his... Yes. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. No, it's not that, really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... In my peripheral vision, chat just went, yes, I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. She ain't even trying anymore. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Nice objection. Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. There you go. That's some Phoenix mannerisms. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought here before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature in Japan. Of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo?
Yes, Your Excellency.
It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So let's start with the very simplest of questions.
Yes.
Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. That's easy enough. I've heard this name more times than I'd care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with a press of rubber. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. You just have to press rubber for the court record. All right. There's no time to lose. Court record. Meh. Yeah. Here's the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with rubber. My badge. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press B to go back. That's easy. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. So I've got my university collar pin. I wear it on the collar of my uniform jacket. And post-mortem report. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. Bullet did not pass through the victim's body. John H. Wilson, male, British. Time of death, 19 November 2. Caused a single blow of 5 corporals. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. Shot him in the tit. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. That's specific. Kazuma Asogi, 23, second year at Imperial Yuma University. He's my best friend and, despite being a student, qualified defense lawyer as well. Eugene Mikotoba, a medical school professor. He's an authority in forensic medicine and Kazuma's mentor. Taketsuchi Auchi, lead prosecutor, who would appear to have little love for the changes the Cultural Reformation has brought about. John H. Wilson, victim of the case, who's visiting professor of medicine. He looks like such a gentle soul. Okay. New badge. Shot through the heart. And you're too late. Yeah. No, you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press Y to present. Try it now.
Yes!
Yes! Falcon Punch. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. The lack of a dot after doctor bothers me very slightly. His name was Jordan H. Wilson. Dur. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Pepper. That's the English style. English is wrong. Whether it's British English or American English, it's just incorrect. Yeah, I noticed they spelled defense with a C as well. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yuma University 3 years ago. You give court a bad name, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Is that what it was called, historically speaking? Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Like, did they really put friendship in the name? They really did put friendship in the name. Wow. Wow, it really was the Friendship Treaty. That's kind of amazing. Granted, most favored nation status of their Western powers. Signed October 14th, 1854. Rad. Friends! Friends! USA pretty much didn't exist at the point. Well, not on an international stage. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yuma University, are you not? We used to be friends. Please be my friend. That's how I play Civ. Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. The very model of a modern-day Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. All right, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea, after all. It's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow. Ooh. It's gone. Lawyer of Dojima. The British Empire. It's incredible to think. Wait. Huh? I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. He thinks. He thinks. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Gomen Umf-chan. God. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously, that was, Ryunosuke, remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor is cause of death and select present. Do it now. Hiya!
Yes!
Yes. Well. Ugh. I know I'm gonna be seeing these animations a lot, but they're fresh to me, and they're very well done. According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes. That's right. The post-mortem report. Did I watch any monster streams of this? Every time I stop by, she yelled at me to leave. For good reason. She didn't want to spoil anything. So I've not really seen anything of this game of note. I've seen like individual frames that I don't remember. So Or like I've raided her while she was streaming this or the second one. And I was like, okay, gotta go. So, in the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. Thank you very much. Lee looks at Janet Shu. Janet the Goat, which talks all about all the nitty-gritty why TGA was translated the way it was. Spoilers for future cases. Overall, our goal was not only accuracy, but accessibility for a non-Japan native audience. Cool stuff. Very cool. Yeah, everything I've heard about Janet Shu, she is one of the main people responsible for the localizations of the franchise. And did a great job doing it. Get the broom. Can you update post-mortem report if it becomes a pre-mortem? Loop it around. Here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. She was empty as far as I did not know that. Thanks for letting me know. Thanks for letting me know. Gotcha. I'll lock that away. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume the victim was shot at close range. Ooh, daguerreotypes. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. Photographic print has been entered into the court record. Photographed by a wizard! So that's a photographic print. That's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. It's such a dramatic... Yeah. Very well, I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Oh. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes. Clearly, you're the defense lawyer today, not me, but that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Sogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. This new Maya seems like a strict upgrade. I mean, I do miss Maya, but it's fine. Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnivore. Ahem. Oh. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some... It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an occidental eatery, 3 days ago. And this was quite an accident that occurred there. Understood, Hosonaga-san. You will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Perspiring maybe, but aspiring? Ooh. This hits me like every time I played a new Layton game and got to hear the new puzzle theme. You're like, oh shit. Putting a twist on like an old kind of vibe. Banging OST. Banging. So words I look up for this game. That's fair. How crazy are the cases in this game? Heard they're a little bit nuts. Hit that xylophone. It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. 3. That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. Zyles your phone. My phone! Ahem. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. Some older versions of the tracks. Nice. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Yep, I sure did it. Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, defendant Naruhodo. My peen! Don't worry, Ryunosuke, you'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. If I may confirm one point, waiter, standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today? Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. What? Really? They let her inside? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Huh? Hashtag Barry's over party. Listen, it's just the time period. It's fine. I'm gonna get penalized.
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear me, dear me. What are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonoga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. This is a fan theory. He's Edgeworth's ancestor. I'm all for it. He does kind of look a little like Gregory. A little bit. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well. Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. So, the court has now heard a precis? That's a new one for me. Of the case. Precis? Precise? A concise summary of a book, article, other text, and abstract. How does my computer think it's pronounced? I don't know how loud this is going to be. Not that loud.
Précis.
Précis? Précis?
Précis.
Précis. Okay. Sure. Précis. A précis of the case. You know what I mean? Précis. In the middle of the courtroom? Objection, Your Honor. At the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. Okay, Google pronounced it in British. I was using DuckDuckGo, because fuck Google. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency? If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? You might be able to. What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me this trial's unusual, about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. What? The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. It's funny to have two characters responding to each other. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Whoa! First point of the game. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Believe in the lawyer that believes in you. Indeed. Prosecutor Ouchi, please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witnesses. Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. So we brought in an unsworn witness to be like, we're gonna set the stage with our line, and then have sworn witnesses that will very selectively question. Is that what's going on? Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Yes, no, sir. Reporting for duty, sir. The system is fucked. No, it's fine. Myself, I find employs a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Curio Korikuta, at your service. Curio? That's fun. Thanks for the bits. He sounds like Ouchi, which works the name like Pain, even though I don't know the meaning behind his Japanese name. Yeah, is there a pun? I'm assuming that there's a pun, like Naruhodo, with Pain's Japanese name. A curio collector, an antique dealer, and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. Oh, yes, sir, no, sir. I wasn't thinking stupid enough. Yes, sir, no, sir. It's Ace Attorney. Okay, all right. They must be the diners at the other table the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon, and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. Post-noon but pre-haste. And pre-see. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. Ouch uses Japanese ateji, or kanji characters used to phonetically represent native or borrowed words with less regard to the underlying meanings of characters of the English word ouch. So it's ouchie, but it's actually meant to represent the English word ouch. And then in the English one, they called him Pain. Because if his name was Winston Ouchie, that would be a little bit, okay, fun. That's neat. He's literally just ouch. Ouch! He obviously targets Le Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Ouchie means ouchie. Translator's note. Now you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. It sounded like a bird? So this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening? The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Baby? He's got a that's what the cloth on the, okay, he's got a baby in the, okay. Standing by, ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. That is a word I've seen before, but I don't know if I've ever had to read it out loud before. What the witnesses saw. He's so shaky and floppy on the right there. Keikaku means cake. I could go for a keikaku right now, if you know what I mean. What's down with the bird? I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Oh, from the back, you say? But that contradicts with the evidence. Curious. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Oh, the photoed graph. You tell me a photoed this graph? You tell me a graph this photo? Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. He's got a knife! What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryonosuke? Yeah, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. Which is a normal thing to do. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. Huh? Good trigger discipline, though. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. Professor, your gun? So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, I started welcome. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is. Ryonosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witness. Cross-examine? Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. Into a pew-pew, the Orpheus. Go back. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this... Yes. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? The defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
He's such a boy next door, yeah. The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Gulp. Kazuma's so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? He didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. Curious curios. In Japanese, it's shouting hi, which means yes, spin direction like I. That's what I was wondering. I was like, did they just translate hi? Because, yeah, hi, as I understand it, hi means yes, but it's also used as an interjection to be like, I would like to speak or say something. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Like, technically, yes would be correct as a translation, but it feels weird to be like, yes, because we don't really use that like that in English as much. So, now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. Oh. Was that because he didn't have a good slam? He just had like a pathetic little slap on the... He's got to work on that. Okay, it's all or nothing. Yeah, I wonder if there is like another good phrase that would work instead of yes. That feels respectful in the courtroom, but isn't like... It's not an objection. He's just being like, I would like kind of like he's inexperienced and casual. Hey feels a little bit too casual. Yeah, maybe wait. Sir's not bad. Sir's not bad. Pardon. I like pardon too. Or excuse me, even though that's more syllables. Just be like, excuse me. Like that's polite, but also could be like, you wouldn't say excuse me in court. So that feels like maybe that's not bad, but I don't know. There's probably a good reason they went with yes instead, but anyway. I was guessing a regulation beefsteak.
Yes!
Yes, beefsteak. Hey, what, huh? Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique? I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask. Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you. Excuse me was used, that's true. Slightly more efficient version of excuse me. Yeah, you're right. Beefsteak. Let me get that for steak. Nah, alright then. I like the idea of him misusing yes because he's nervous. I'll use that to make it feel better. This beefsteak you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Tension! Beefsteak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Oh. If food could receive medals of honor, beefsteak would be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet. Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. Well, like he's saying it to himself. And then, yes. Yeah, that also works. This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Tension! Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crimes, and when you're released from prison, try it. Yes, sir, I will, sir. On the double, sir. Sorry to interrupt, but, how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case? Sorry. I'll do my best. Next question. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of wah crying sound? Negative. Well, at least we've learned that he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. Heyo? It's not easy knowing what questions to ask. Myself, I was exploring the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio in the military gentleman.
Yes!
Got stars and I have no idea what you're talking about. A koban, boy. A koban? You mean an old Edo coin? The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Hoei period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day, with said item secreted in my bosom pocket. Your Honor, what does bosom mean? In the hope of an affluent cognoscent appraised of its indisputable value being present. It means teddy. So you are all hoping to sell your koban coin to Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at the restaurant. Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. The 5-strike system instead of the bar. Yeah, I noticed that too. Which, I'm gonna miss that bar, I'm sure. You were about to assert that a penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a precious koban. Isn't that so? Well, you little upstart cadet. You want to add disrespecting a superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? My bars. Blatant subordination. I didn't say anything. Although penniless might be just the word I was looking for. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday luncheon. There remained precious few present with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business. The gentleman beside me, who was grappling with his braised veal at the time, was my sole prospect. I see. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes.
Yes!
So you're saying that you actually saw me at that time? Affirmative, I saw you, laughing, cackling, like a madman as you trained the barrel of your gun on the English civilian. But that's impossible. I feel like that's a bit that only really works if you have more familiarity with Ace 30, but it's, I mean, you can pick up what it's putting down. It hits really hard. Having so many rookie lawyers be able to do that. It's good. Yeah, allow me to confirm just one point, please. What's that, Private? Thinking carefully about the statements you just made, it seems to me you did see Kazuma do it, so there's context, but yeah. That it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table. And so what if it was? Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't in fact see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun. And double R. My sixth sense. Sorry? My sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. Which means, a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, cadet. Surely that's not really possible, is it? Do you think I'd have got where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son? Well, it would seem the soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good. Wait. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English gentleman from the back, the cowardly little weasel.
Yes!
I'm not a weasel. I rest my case. This black uniformed university cadet you're saying that was... Ugh. I've had just about enough of your sauce, cadet. Who else do you see around here in black uniform, Well, there's someone standing right next to me who fits the description as well, but... It was you, you little weasel. You unloaded the firearm on that man. From behind his back, and you call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon? You disgust me. What is it, Ryunosuke? I'm not quite sure. It's something that the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you've gathered in the court record. And if you find an inconsistency there with what the witness just said, then don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court, thrust it in the witness's face, and make him choke on it. Ayo? I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio.
Yes!
On your hands and knees. Could you explain that, please? That's right. Spurning the arthritis I was in order to retrieve the lost piece. What lost piece are you referring to? The koban, of course. The exquisite Toy-era koban coin. I had just been showing the rare treasure to the military man as he masticated his meal. After averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The koban vanished? Hence, I began to acquaint myself with the intricacies of the floor in order to locate it. And then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? None other than, though it was no concern of mine, I was frantically scouring the floor for the aforementioned lost treasure. So, in fact, you didn't actually witness the precise moment when the incident occurred. Indeed, myself, I did not. Good. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Listen, Ryunosuke, we know there are lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them. I understand that. The question is, how? Like I said before, the key to this is using evidence that you've collected. You can examine and present evidence while a witness is giving testimony. Go through each witness's statement and the details about each piece of evidence and compare all the facts. Somewhere in there, you'll find something that doesn't add up. An inconsistency. An inconsistency? When you find a statement and a piece of evidence that seem to contradict each other, present your evidence with why and rip the witness apart. Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be given a penalty on your peen. If you're dealt too many penalties, the defense's case will fall apart and you'll receive a guilty verdict. So that's it. Peruse the evidence in the court record and find an inconsistency with the witness's statement. All right, I'll give it a try. You can hear the witness's statements over and over again as many times as you like. So keep your head and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. My peen! Alright. I really like them having two witnesses. I'm sure that not every... I don't know. I'm curious how much it does. Multiple. Yeah. And then from the back.
Yes!
Because one of the things that was very fun about Layton versus Ace Attorney was the multiple witness cases. Just gives you a lot of variety and flavor of presentation of facts, so. Yes. What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache? Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. God, he's good. Kazuma, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic prints presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Ooh. That's nice. Is there some shamisen in there or something? Sergeant Iesonosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir, affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because. Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the bosom. Bah! Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Oh, baby. Well, baby, what was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. The kazooie to his banjo. There's a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak. Sir. What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant E.S. Sanosa, did not see the defendants firing a gun at all. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial. Turnabout. I'm pointing. Just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. I'm pointing. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there, he was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
Yeah, I was. To make sure he was dead. I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. Another thing that's nice about this game taking place as a period piece is their approach to forensics is gonna be very, very different. We're not gonna have to really worry about fingerprints and like, they don't have to write it out of like, he was wearing gloves. You just have to, okay, you can smile. Maybe they go in a different direction with it, but like, it will be presented differently if they go into that. Because it's not like I don't like that stuff about the modern day ace attorneys, but sometimes I'm just like, why don't they fingerprint this? Or like, you're thinking through, like, there was only one security camera in that one, it's like, there's a lot of contrivances about technology to make some of those stories work. So this approach is gonna be different. So I'm excited about that. Don't finger the fingerprints. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. They are fun in that movie. Myself, I've already been quite clear. Different approach, exactly. Less frustrating, yeah. I mean, it's okay if it's frustrating, it just depends on what they do with it. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Oh yes, you were looking for your Koban coin, weren't you? Like Blueprints, the sequel. Indeed, the prized Hoei era Koban. Hunting around under the table, I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened. Bang, pow, zoom. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoei treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoei Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prized coin for himself. Very good. As I'm sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Who's the baby? Please, no spoilers. That's just... wow. Now I'm just gonna have that in my brain the whole case. Thanks for nothing. What? It's gonna be a Who Shot Mr. Burns situation. He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Ugh. Ugh. Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. The baby's got a gun! You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Maybe the baby's mom, hear me out. Maybe the baby's mom is a mantis shrimp, and when it's feeding time, he grabs his, like, spoonful of applesauce, and it's like Mach 7 because of the mantis shrimp DNA, and it sounds like a gunshot just because of how fast he moves. So it was a misunderstanding because they heard a gunshot, but it was actually the baby just moving lightning fast. Does it only work in water? Well, his dad is a human, so that makes it work on land. So, listen, just saying I called it when it turns out that that's the mantis shrimp DNA is part of the game. I'll be like, yep, told you. I saw what you were putting down, Shoot Takumi. Is that clear? Where'd the bullet come from then? It was in the steak. And his fork slipped and it fired into his chest and he died. As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Let me just open up a tab real quick. Kiriko glass. Oh, it's like a really, like, elegant, like, etched glass. Colored, like, dyed glass. Which is not very clear, actually, because it's dyed. So, part of it's not dyed, it seems like. A lot of different designs. Anyway, yes, sir, at once, sir. Waiting signal to testify, sir. The glass is also dead. Starry, thanks for the raid. Welcome. Stock baby sound effect. Excuse me, there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name Ido. Ido? It's probably pronounced Ido, but... Ido Nosa? I don't know, sir? I don't know, sir? I don't know, sir? Oh, shit. They doubled up on the puns. Oh, shit. That's good. Yes, sir, no, sir, and I don't know, sir. That's... wow. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido, tension. Your father's about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Very good. I like that the baby also has a crew cut. Okay. Witness testimony. The true culprit. Localizers are heroes. It's amazing. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. What, Ido meaning loved child? Oh.
Yes!
What, that's nonsense. Those testimonies are compelling. No, they're not. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Attention!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. Gah. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is there proof there was someone else sitting there? It's not really enough to tell. Yeah, nuts. How can I prove someone else was there? Dang it. Dang it. Darn it. Darn it. Darn it. Darn it. Enhance. Holy shit, that is a zoom. Is there proof that there was something like, did they have whiteout in 1800s Japan? I don't even know what I'm looking for. Okay, well, Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Counsel? Oh, he has a new photo. Why is there a bite mark out of the steak? Did he pick it up and eat it with his hands? That's not how a steak looks if you're using a knife and a fork. You don't know your steak? I do. That's why they don't let me into fancy establishments. Indeed, of this table at which the victim was dining, taken by investigator immediately after the incident. Maya was here. That was a woman's fork. It has 4 tines, Your Honor. Only a woman would eat with a fork with 4 tines. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print. Monster style. So tasty. It would be reasonable to conclude the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. History don't get a real mouth until they grow up a bit? Correct. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear I saw a woman with him. That's a poop knife, not a steak knife. Don't talk to me about poop knife. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. Thank you for the bits. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. Your stream buffer hit that guy. I didn't drop any frames, so we're good. To think that I, Taketsuchi Ouchi, will have contributed to the amity of these 2 great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. Oh no, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick. Understood? Tisk, rules can be so unbending at times. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. No, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it. Have what? Tension. The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? And let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Korakuta-san? It is, yeah. Correct. Yeah. It's not Korakuta. Korakuta. Anyway, yes, pointing his gun at the Englishman he was. The young lad in black that very much I did see. Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I've told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when... Huh? I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment, bang, pow, kaboom. Yeah, Curio. A gunshot rang in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Yoda? What do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Ooh, a knife. Whereas, conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you, with pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. Furthermore, a visual search at the time confirmed we were the only personnel present.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Attention!
As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. Only there had been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course, the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Women are real. We have to prove women are real in court. Certainly 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was. This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hot a clinic? No. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. It's too close for comfort. The victim went for a late lunch following his appointment, and the explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder... What do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? Sure. His checkup went fine, blood pressure is good, does have a bullet hole in his chest, but other than that, fit as a fiddle.
Yes!
Yes. If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? I want to see it. The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they're of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. Blah. I can speak. I beg your pardon. You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Usually it doesn't go that smoothly. And like, I feel like in other Ace 3 games, you don't have like, oh, we have evidence lying around, but you don't have any grounds to look at it. And we're like, can we see it anyway? And the judge goes, here you go. You have to earn it. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. A most disturbing trend. Real. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Medical report card has been entered into the court record. Youths these days with their rights. Bleh. What we need right now are new clues. Yeah, what we got? I can't look at it? Okay. So I have the idea of a medical report card. Weird. Mods give ouchie and ouchie. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Is that like a idiom in Japanese? Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korakuta-san. Correctu-san? Yeah, Genie Q ended yesterday. It's the day after the festival. Alone he was, the Englishman dining by himself.
Yes!
Just means it's so over, chat. That's, yeah. You actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? Yeah, I mean, I get what he means by saying the festival's over for you, but I'm just like, is that saying a thing? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. Because I haven't heard before. That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in. It's not the festival. The testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there is only a single beefsteak on the victim's table. A meal for one. Beefsteak. No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. It's blah-da-da-da, and it's a Japanese idiom. Okay. Far from the weirdest idiom. It's kind of like you're late to the party. That's what I gathered. Like, I'm not like, what does that mean? That's not my point. I'm just like, is that a saying? Because I'm not, that's new to me. Therefore, no one other than the black uniform cadets could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out.
Yes!
So thanks for checking that. Why are you telling the why aren't you telling the truth? What did you say, cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed, but for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. The phantom lady. But if such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Damn you, ouchie. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yeah. This is a brand new piece of evidence, so perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press A, and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use rotate it. Yeah. Oh, I rotate it with my mind. To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using It's a fancy cursor. Yes. Trace it. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press A to investigate further. That's nice, the crosshair updates, I don't have to just pixel hunt. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there's something new to be learnt by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. You use to inspect any areas of the evidence that look suspicious. Chat, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know how to read. So. Oh, it's this oh, nice. You know, that's a really nice way to do it. I just noticed that it shows you a translation when you mouse over it. So they didn't have to make new art assets. That's really clever. And I know how to read now. Medical report card required for every visit. Name Mr. John Wilson, Hata Clinic. Okay. And then that's some sort of a cool insignia. Dentist, out of clinic, date, something, something. Oh, it is blank on the date. Because that's month and that's day, or vice versa. It's the same characters in Chinese, which I don't remember. But record number 372857. Mamma mia. Oh, cute. It says how to clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics almost as much as I hate hospital and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. What? And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Ugh, I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have had only one cold in their whole life. Month is the moon, day is the sun. There you go. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Why is stream lagging? I don't know. Twitch, I don't have any dropped frames, so something after my step in the process. Green just beyond me. It looks like this medical report card was issued quite some time ago. Probably record of long-term treatment, that's why, with a family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors, then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine, they give you painful injections, and then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. Oh, and you're already at your lowest ebb. Needles were very big, like cartoon sized. You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness for no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. Anyway, yeah. No, go to the doctor. Go hospital. I've never had a virus. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. And here's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. I've heard of this anesthesia, although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. There's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Updated report card. You read like a buku. Western manga, left to right. Count buku? With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Dining by him. It's this line, right? Oops. Damn it. No. Well done. Unlike the previous Ace Attorney games, I can't seem to skip through text. I have to wait for it to scroll. Hold B to skip. This is new text. Is it new text? Oh, it might be new text. Then do you mean there is a discrepancy somewhere? Yeah, I'll check the settings. The crucial point is the victim had been prohibited from consuming anything but water when he was shot. This is new. That fact had not yet been brought to the court's attention. Yeah, when it's not. I thought that this was repeat, so I was like, huh? He's right. Thinking about Dr. Wilson's circumstances at the time of the incident puts that particular statement in a totally different light. Always keep your eye on the progress of the battle. That's the only sure way to win. He's got a bandana flowing in the breeze. He's talking to me about battle. This man's Solid Snake. Send tweet. Just real quick. Gameplay? Text skip. Enable or disable the skipping of unread text in the main game. Escapes. Escapades text is skippable from the start. Escapades. I'm gonna turn that on. Because sometimes the text is going real slow and I'm like, I get it. I just want to be able to read it. Okay. So I think it's, furthermore, visual search is the only person not present. Well, he was dining all by himself. This line? I'm gonna save. Escapades. Ace Attorney on ice. Yeah. Slow text is funny. I mean, I like having the option.
Yes!
Yes. Well, I think, about what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke, everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. All right, and thanks for the advice. Correct-san. This is a medical report card belonging to the victim. I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up. Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. Yeah, but that's, Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Point. I believe we're done here, Your Excellency. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness's testimony the court has heard has been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could possibly... This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. This is possibly perpetrated the crime, yeah. Do you really believe that? But that outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hada Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted. What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't... Correct, son. What, boy, what? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. He slammed the table good. He did it. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Rarg. Expertly done, partner. Look at this toothopath. Thanks, Shattered Shamrock. Don't got a bit this time, just had to be around. Happy to have you. No bit necessary. Appreciate it. What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about, or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Oh, that was... Oh, yes, most definitely. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. How dare you -2 that man? He's saving my life. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beefsteak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? All right, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... me! I ate the steak, Your Honor. I picked it up with my bare hands and I took a bite of it.
Yes!
I think it may have been me. What?
Objection!
It's not enough that you took the man's life, but you took his meal as well? That's a bee sting on a crying face. Some people seem to think they can do whatever they like. And some people seem to think they can say whatever they like, Ryunosuke. You're right. Of course I didn't eat it. The next time you make a quip like that, I'll make you eat your words. And you'll be needing some dental surgery yourself. All right, I get the message. The person eating the steak at the time must have been... the witnesses. Oh, we lost it. I bet it was the sergeant and the antique stealer. Nosa-san and Correctus-san. Yarr. Are you taking the cake, cadet? You think I'd share rations with this decrepit graybeard? Insult me by associating me with this brutish carnivore, would you? You were both present at the scene. Neither of you can deny that you had the opportunity. Chrono Trigger ass confession. You addle-brained idiot. I had my own regulation beefsteak set before me at my own table. And as any soldier with his salt will tell you, you seize whatever rations are put in front of you. It would seem you may need to reconsider your answer, counsel. Of course, Your Excellency. But what if he ate it? The victim, obviously. What? Ryunosuke, come on, pull your shit together. The victim couldn't have been eating at the time. You just told the court that yourself. Oh, yes, haha, of course. I thought it didn't sound quite right. Look, you've even stunned the judge with that ludicrous answer. All right then, I can use his state of shock to give me time to think and come up with the right answer. I suggest you think it through more carefully and try not to shock him in the first place. You're right, sorry. It was woman! An as yet unknown third party. Woman. It can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Ludo History, thanks for the raid. Welcome, everybody. We're playing Case 1 of the Great Ace Attorney. And a man did not eat his own steak. It might have been a woman. Yet we have evidence of a half-eating steak on his table. Like, actually, I don't know. I made that joke earlier, but I think it's fine. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. Kazuma's hairband. True. Hope you had a good stream. Case 3-2, am I right? It's case 1-1. Ugh. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. Women eat? I don't think they do, because women don't poo. So it stands to reason they also don't eat, because eating is what creates poop. I watched this documentary as a child called Everybody Poops. I had a novelization of it. It informed me a lot about how these things work. So I'm kind of an expert on the subject. I think so. Women filter feed like coral. Oh, okay. It's like osmosis through like their surroundings. Okay. Feminine are made of iron. What the FE stands for. Eating creates poop? If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. You the audiobook of that? Nice. Was the audiobook good? Kazuma. Are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them, those two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury's real? Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Is that true? Committing perjury is a crime, but committing perjury in a murder trial automatically makes you complicit? Is that a... Since when? Complicit in murder? For those of you just joining, perjury is real in the past, but not in the present in Japan and California, correct? That seems me. They abolished perjury in 1957. I think that's true. It's called mergery. Complicit in murder. No. Acting an accessory. I feel like that has a different distinction than being actually complicit in the crime, but negative. I don't know. The baby, especially the baby. We already know the baby did it. That was spoiled for us earlier. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. Knowingly committing it to protect another is. Yeah, I feel like the nature of, I mean, that seems like a tough thing to prove, but perjury is bad. You should not commit perjury in court. But it just seems like a step to be like that. Anyway, doesn't matter. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they, told us. Oh. What? What did you just say? Correct us on? No. You were just following orders. Now hold on, lad. I was, say you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? I like the noises from his shuffling. Just one simple slip of the tongue. Oh, the woman! Of course! Counsel, explain what's going on here. It's painfully clear now you tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. I love how in 3D they can do, like, camera movements. And they keep it simple. They don't... If it's taking a page from the Layton versus Ace 30 book, they use the camera very sparingly, but it's just, like, really nice punctuation. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouths shut? Well, real quick. This is really important to me. Okay, I just needed that for a second. Okay, we're back. Well, that's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? Cinema. You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke? Judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Hey. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. We need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. The baby. We'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly? Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I know exactly what to look at. I want answers. If it's proven these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you, the penalty will be severe. Please, wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. All of them? I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Okay, hold on. Let me look at this. Spin it, boys! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Yeah, I mean, the moment that the waiter was like, it was on my business card. And we're like, can we have it? And he's like, yes! Panic, panic, panic. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Bureau. Wait, wasn't that? I can't check. It's fine. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence if they're wielding it somehow here. Updated business card report. This plan of the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moments following the incident. There's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there. Exactly, and that's not all. Look here on the upper left, where it says kitchen. Oh yes, what of it? No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they were in a hurry. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder, Ionosuke. Is that actually important, or is that a joke? He uses kanji, therefore he's sus. Is that the point? Kanji makes him immediately sus? Okay. Great. The pause is very good. Yes, it. So that was this guy. No, that's Mikotoba. Never mind. Wait, that's Satoru Hosonaga. Okay. I got it confused. I got the names turned around. How do I go from people? Oh, it's just that again. I thought it was this guy. I thought they were saying like he's actually not a professor. He's with the law enforcement. No, this guy is actually with the police. Thankfully, he used his real name undercover. You know. Gotcha. He's a real fucking name. Well, you didn't, you know. No one would know unless he handed out his business card. As an undercover police officer using his real name while undercover, or whatever the fuck is going on here, why did he have his business card on? I know it's important in Japanese culture, so I guess it's like, doesn't matter if you're undercover, you have to present your business card. Hey, welcome to the drug dealing empire. Nice to meet you. Here's my business card. This says you're a cop. What the hell? Oh, fuck. He's gotta go. It's the only rule. I know. It'd been sus if he didn't. You can't make a fake business card. That's absurd. The only person with necessary visibility is you.
Yes!
Oh, well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. You have to tell me if you're a cop. The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Attention!
Poppycock. He said penis. What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. Well, if he truly were. Come on, Ryunosuke, time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity as proven by this evidence.
Yes!
That way of writing Christian also means internet troll. Is that real? The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree, it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front. Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. Which also explains the secret nature of the trial and anyway, there's no witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Inspector Hosonaga? Your music is so ominous. What's the meaning of this? I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. His ass is not about to say it's a typo. Ain't no way. Listen, the kanji for waiter and chief inspector of police are just like one stroke different, so big misunderstanding. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh no. Oh, he's a food inspector. That's what he meant to say. Yeah. Oh, of course. Here you go. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So you mean to say you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Oh, of course. Your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you had also been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! As I suspected. There. Was that in the courthouse? As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table is a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say? Breakfast for dinner? remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an English woman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right! Why bother looking for that? We don't need evidence. We just need to keep Britain happy. It is fun how it's case one, and you already have these geopolitical manifestations in the courtroom. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? UMA University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean? When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. Now I sit here and think of what that pun is. Giselle Brett. My favorite joke. Giselle... Jezebel? That doesn't seem right. Giselle Brett. Giselle Bullet is a Sherlock reference? Oh. But Giselle Bullet. I'm not familiar. Sherlock Holmes trailer. That's cute. Kind of spoilery. That's fair. I listened to an audiobook. I think it was Stephen Fry. Read like the first 3 Sherlock stories. So other than like the movies and the BBC show with Benedict Cumberbatch. That's most of my Sherlock Holmes knowledge. So anyway. She's indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of UMA University's medical faculty. Sherlock Holmes characters found puns. That's cute. What is happening here? Baby. I've been jailed before. Yeah, I was like, Giselle? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene. Yeah, Brett in a Japanese is like Barrettu or something, yeah. And ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. From Great Mouse Detective. My favorite Sherlock Holmes adaptation. It must be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Barretto, yeah. Makes sense. Well, my thoughts on this matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point. But Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes, sir? You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem? Nothing will get in my way. Not even the black lung. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency! Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. What did people do for fun outdoors in 1800s Japan? Did they have the swings and the seesaw back then at recess? Die? Hoop and stick? Also tire swings, like modern day tires. Those tires were invented before the car that those tires would go onto. It's crazy. Oh, bug catching time. There you go. Hey! I'm just being machine gunned to death. It's the 22nd November, 11:38 a.m. Antechamber number 5. A little bit of Kazuma in my life. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. Ugh, my heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Mom Spaghetti. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Mom's ramen. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up, kabam! Kabam! I never want to see a courtroom again. Saw Always Sunny theme plays. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yeah, that's because I was shut in the pantry. I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Weird. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. This game's gonna take 420 streams. Nice. Well, this is gonna be the rest of my 2026. See y'all next year. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system, even more so. Which is why... Yeah, this will be 2026. Next year we'll do Great Ace 2. I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Oh, for sure. I believe it. Yeah. Now then. He's face going, I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Yume just means famous. That's okay. Famous school university. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. A ghost. Defendant Naruhodo! Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really. Partner. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. Hope nothing bad ever happens to Kazuma here. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. All right then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. How about burgers? Traditional Japanese hamburger. 12:09 p.m. Nothing bad ever happens to the mentor character. That's what I'm saying. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. During recess, I caught a rhino beetle. I put it in this jar next to me. Prosecutor Ouchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? The sub has been peened, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Is that pronounced stripling? Probably. Sorry. You did what? Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. Yeah, that makes sense. Like stripe. It's highly unlikely the good relations we've forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Mentor character Marvin Grossberg. Oh, his poor hemorrhoids, though. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down in our nation founders? Again, terribly sorry. His roids! If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. Okay. I mean, you really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? Fuck the treaty, fuck the nation, Kazuma, case 1. A secret trial, and anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up! Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett. Yes. Your Excellency. The thunk as his head goes down. Oh, England bird. Oh, England lady. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea. I'm a really big fan of the slightly pitched up, like, noise. They've used that a couple times already. Yeah, like the bloom, bloom. It's really nice. So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? A feeble emote? Never, of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I've been working undercover as the head waiter. Yes, we know all about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. It's another Dahlia. It better not be, but it probably is. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yeah. I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. It's a really good discussion with the two of them. She got them, barrel hair. Oh, God, I don't know how to speak English. Fuck. I am fluent in Japanese, but I don't know English. She speaks cursive! Oh, I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but, what? Oh, he can speak it. Okay. Is it Brit? She got her pinky out and everything. The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in Yume University's medical faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. Intercut that with, like, some football hooligans or something. There are so many things you could put there. Oh, Governor! I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. Beans and toast, isn't it? Carol England. Oh, yo, god damn it. British won't speak English. That's true. They speak British. Yeah. As far as I can tell. Jeez, don't you? The detective is translating your words faithfully enough. Yeah, I agree. Haha, you'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. Clearly. So I have to ask the question, in the original Japanese release, did they do something similar there when she spoke, or did they actually just show English? Or was it like gibber? It was the same like little cursive scribbles. The whole point is you can't understand what she's saying, so it would be weird if they were like, it's just in English. So, cool. Good to know. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. That is fun that works. Because the cursive kind of resembles English more than it does, like, Japanese characters. But then even in the English language version, it just reads as, like, you can't understand it. So, that's fun. Joke's on you, she's Welsh. Now if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. Ryu does actually speak English. That does make this bit weirder, but it's fine. Played through the original chat myself. Nice. I really appreciate having a chat that can be like, hey, what's the deal with this? And someone's like, I got you. Or several people. It's very, very nice. Thank you. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. They both do. I thought it was kind of tongue-in-cheek. Because he's like, oh, you've been paying attention. Haha, you'll do fine. And I thought that was meant to be like a, oh god, panic. No, I'm not. My ass doesn't know. But it's fine. Is that correct? Could also be the accent. Yeah. She says yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. What about does the swan? Can the swan speak Japanese? Yeah, it's a lot for yes. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? You want to see a dead body? Seeing as you are so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Oh. Order in court. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Yeah, he really wants to draw that sword. A frightening and sorrowful sword. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. I promised it would be an unforgettable luncheon. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. Why didn't you eat it with a fork and knife? And you took a goddamn bite out of it. Multiple bites. Wait, is that enhance? What am I looking at? This looks like it's got little bites around the whole perimeter of the bistake. Whereas, in this photograph, it appears to have, well, I guess it kind of has the same sort of lumpy appearance. But that's like straight up a big old chomp mark. Okay. I'm now understanding that it seems like every piece of evidence has a magnifying glass. It's not necessarily a, hey, there's something really important you gotta look at here. Humph. Yeah. That's the thing that's new to this game. Accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Oh. Mistake. Then not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Last thing for the professor, probably for the same reason that he is sitting with his back to the table for no reason. His body was moved. From the first time I saw this photo, my assumption has been they moved the body. He was probably shot on the other side of the table facing this way, and they just like slid him around for some reason. We know the bullet didn't go through him per the autopsy report, but still seems strange. So, that's how I eat my meals, right? They explain the professor has a gun. British? I don't know. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Hey, Shiv. This is a condemning custom. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at this Snow White angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is gonna believe. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. Oh, but he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. Okay. As you can see, there's nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. Beak of the Swan. Obviously, you could open up the beak and put a gun in there. No, they would be like, that's a cool fashion. They got a bird hat with a gun in its mouth. That seems like a normal... Listen, Britain's wacky. We don't really get the culture, so no one's gonna judge it. Nowhere? I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. Can real British try to confirm this outfit's normal in Britain? If anyone is familiar with Britain fashion, is this normal? There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. Nah, that's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. We're in case 1. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that. Which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. That's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Dun dun. Oh. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Well, under the hat. You can't look under a lady's hat. That's even less polite than looking under the dress. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day.
Yes!
After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You may as well ask to see your ankles. Exactly. Unbelievable. You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue, isn't that right? No. I know that word. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. That's a good bit. The gentlewoman is clearly working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Especially 1899. It's the 90s. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. In Japanese, the no is never direct as in English. It could possibly be that, and also it's possibly just like, well, typically it's easy to learn yes and no in another language. They tend to be kind of monosyllabic, simple kind of words. Script no is unique to the English script. That's fun. That's right. A phantom thief. Good ring to it. I do love no. The English language is fucked beyond repair. Like, we should start over, or just all switch to Esperanto or something, but no is a really good word. It's got a good... You can put some stank on it really easily. It's also no in multiple languages. No, it's not. No. Say no more. There you go. The Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. No and yep can stay. The rest should go. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. What? I don't even know what I just read. They went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which was... Yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. Island languages tend to be fucked. Japanese is immensely fucked, some are less fucked than English. The thing that I find hardest to wrap my head around with Japanese is the multiple written languages. Like, not wrap around in terms of the historical, like, I understand, not in detail, but like, it makes sense that there's like influences from different regions and cultures. A lot of things kind of mash together over time. You pick up multiple written languages and they're used in different contexts, whatever. That's the most complicated part. The actual, like, grammatical structure, as little as I know, is like, not that bad. There's other languages where it's like the written language and the pronunciation is all fucked. Like, I'm like, it's so hard. So, I'm mad at French. You should be. Yeah, hiragana and katakana are easy. It's the kanji that'll get you. And I studied abroad I spent a semester studying abroad in China, based out of Shanghai in college, where I learned a good number of Chinese characters, simplified Chinese, and that's the same written language as kanji. So it was neat, because for a brief period of time before it all faded into mush in my brain, I could actually see stuff in Japanese in kanji and be like, oh, I recognize some elements of that character. And it's all gone now. I remember like 2 characters, but it was neat. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What next? Chinese is consistently difficult, yeah. I struggled a lot with some Japanese pronunciation as well, this stuff. There are like vowel sounds in Chinese that are very, also Chinese is tonal. So learning Chinese, it's not like Japanese is not easy to learn, but as a gaijin, I feel like it's not the hardest language. I think it's harder than one with a Roman alphabet naturally, but it's okay to learn. Your pronunciation will make you sound like a foreigner, of course, but I feel like it's not terrible. But then Chinese, I was like, oh god, it's a tonal language, so the way you say each syllable matters a lot. And there's many examples of how you can fuck up a sentence by pronouncing it wrong. And then there were vowel sounds and some like, you know, zh versus j versus like k, ch, k, like whatever. There's a lot of subtle nuances that an English brain like mine doesn't. Those differences feel subtle, but it's fun. It's fun to learn new language, and it's fun to experience culture that way. And I think it also increases your empathy for anyone who is not a native speaker of your language, because there's things you take for granted. Of like, what do you mean? Like, how can, you know, Japanese, they always mess up the R's and the L's. Those sound so different. It's like, because your brain is wired to pick up on these very subtle differences between an and an il. So they sound really distinct to you in the same way that in Chinese, an and an I is really different to them. But to me, I'm like, I can't, they both sound like ooh. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? So, it's neat. But I like learning about it. Cantonese was 6, technically 9 tones. I didn't learn any Cantonese, unfortunately. But it's neat. Japanese still has pitch, but it seems less critically intelligible. Yes. Yeah, I'm dumbing things down, of course. Learn my native language of Welsh, of course, too much to learn. Yeah, stuff. Anyway, spoiling language is fuck. There's 100 something possible syllables. Japanese when we wrote language 2,000. Yeah, that's also a good way to put it. It is a little bit of a fewer, yeah, like that. So, anyway, the professor wasn't able to eat, so I wrote myself up a Spanish.
Yes!
Adjective and noun. Yeah, I took 4 years of Spanish in high school, and by the time we were getting into like past, future, present tense, conditional, I was just like, I'm so gone. Like, I've also forgotten most of the Spanish I learned, unfortunately. It's a very use it or lose it thing for me. I don't have a great brain for language. Like, it's fun to learn, and I can learn it if I'm immersed in it, but yeah, there's so many, like, the different tenses got tough. Never again. He was unable to eat, you say? I don't remember shit. Let's go. That was because he just had a tooth removed at Hada Clinic, correct? That's right. What is my brain good at? Being bad at video games. So that's about what I got. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Yeah, that's fucked up. A hottie. That was my assumption. Hada and hottie. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left. Dear me, what a harrowing experience. Words for counting different things? Mm-hmm. And the way you turn the number? Yeah. Yeah, I know, I forget as much in Chinese. I know that Japanese has many different words for explaining a group of things. Which English has, but they're a little more like, you can just kind of say a group of them. Or like multiple of them, and it's fine. You don't have to use the exact word for that. The one that I remember from Chinese that was fun is if you're counting the number of things, The Chinese numbers in Mandarin are er, sansi, wu, liu, qi. I forget them all. So if you sing like, oh, there's one of those, you would be like ega, because e is one. R, you don't say arga. That's wrong. I think it's lingda, if I remember. It's almost like saying like two of versus a couple. Like no one would say two of a thing. Lianga, thank you. Lianga. You don't say arga, even though er, like r is two. Er sansa. If you say arga, they'll be like, what the fuck? That's wrong. So yeah, liangda these nuts. There you go. But then you go, it's like the only one. The rest are all like number and then ga. So it's just like, again, it's like that's language. You just learn like, this is how it works. Here's the exceptions. That's most of it. You just have to learn. Yeah. Count rabbits with a counter for birds. Birds and rabbits are the same. Two of them, the fuck. Anyway, to have traveled to a distant land on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. Yeah, Koreans are really neat one too. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. But there's only one on the table. There's only one glass. There's only one. Did he drink from the vase? Is that a Britishism I wasn't aware of? You drink from the vase. Thank you, Glacidia. We're talking measure words? We are talking measure words. He ate it. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? It's very meaningful. Thank you for the hydrate. I need to get more water. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing? The significance of the statements will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well, sidestepped, counsel. Well, very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. Gladly. That was brilliant, Cosmo. I'm gonna remember that one. I'm asking my wife if I can get more water. And if they don't have their phone, I'll go get some water. Hey chat, check out this picture of a dog. Thanks for the hydrate. I'm out of water. I'll get to that as soon as I get more water. Holy shit. Yeah, right? I'm a big fan of the, I don't know why you can see it. There's the, huh? It's my yearly allowance. I'm out of water till next year. Damn. Very perturbed. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. We're getting a pubber? Hopefully soon? Question mark? Hopefully maybe this year? We'll see. I ordered a beefsteak for myself, and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. After a while, the accused... I should probably press on that.
Yes!
So both you and the professor drank this carbonara water, did you? Carbonara water. Yes, being the waiter, I poured the 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Except you're actually a detective. And the beefsteak, that was for you, Miss Brett. The lady says that she'd heard it was not customary to eat beef here in Japan until Japan opened its doors to the world. Yes, that's true. What a frightful place, is the lady's opinion. And I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. Every country has its own cuisine, as long as people have food to eat. What does it matter what it is? Listen, I don't care what your opinions of food are, or of cuisine. But if anyone's gonna be like, British cuisine is on par with Japanese cuisine, I'm not saying this as a weeb. Like, Yeah, partially it's the meme, but partially like you can't do that. Come to think of it, the first time I tried carbonated water, it was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. The best cuisine you can get in the UK is cuisine from other parts of the world. And a lot of people would agree with that. But anyway, back to the witness's statement. That is wrong! I'd be happy to be proven wrong. Kid cuisine. Kid cuisine is real cuisine. You ever steak and ale pie? I have not had an ale pie. Yeah, the best British food is Indian food is kind of where I was going at with that. Bakery food, there's some good bakery goods. I'm not gonna say that, oh, all British food is bad. That's not the point. Just from my experience, which is limited, and I'm biased, there's a lot of good British cuisine that's like you stick to your ribs, kind of. Here's a pile of mash, and you're gonna consume it like Kirby, and you're gonna be like, I'm fucking full. I'm gonna down a pint of beer. Meat pies are good. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sitting here going it's bad. That's not my point. So anyway, I'm not offended. Fish and chips, sausage patty, steak and yam. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're making me hungry. Somehow, I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying. We need to pounce on even the slightest thing now. Because you never know what might lead to us to our goal. Time difference when you eat any food, it feels like you're going back in time. Our goal of turning this trial around. Okay, I gotta lock back into the game. Understood, Kazuma. I'm getting distracted. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument.
Yes!
I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over and say hello. Please don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. She doesn't know Japanese. I mean, you can pick up on tone and body language, but like, sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all speak English. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman. Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. Cancel her. It wasn't me, it was the video. I'm just gonna stop reading out loud. I'm just gonna see her tapping A in silence. There you go. That's my compromise. Just gonna sit here silently for the entire stream. Every now and then be like, oh shit. Oh damn. Back to silence. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Fucking goddamn it. This will not be the first, no. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Was streaming. Uh-huh. I still had some coffee to drink. Sycophant. Mm-hmm. Let me fly back home. Hope you have safe travels. And the next time you got up after that was when I finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Then not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot it right before my eyes.
Yes!
Hi, Kelly. That's a hell of a URL you got there. Kazuma! We know why you didn't describe her. Yep. No, that's yeah. Correct. Well done. Thank you. Real. Thank you, Kelly. I did not shoot that gun. I did not. Oh, hi, Kazuma. And like I said, there's no point in repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. Well, yes, that's true, but all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at that time. The highly suspicious lady. That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel. Dirty? Rotten and scoundrel I'll accept, but dirty? Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy. It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. What nonsense. The lady's merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
Yes!
It does seem like, it seems very clear that there were two guns. From the very moment we were told that he picked up a gun and then we heard a gunshot, right? And we're like, where could anyone have fired? I thought for a bit maybe it was the waiter, like shot from across the restaurant and then ran over, but people would then look in the direction of the kitchen, if that's where the gunshot was. So if someone was nearby and shot a gun and then hit it, and said person was wearing a ridiculously over-the-top outfit, it seems very plausible she could have just hid it in her dress and then scampered away. So, can't have two guns, that's true. Extraterritorial rights. Thanks, Kay, welcome back. That is not normal. That is like 80 months. Oh, it's very, very well stated, but can you prove it? Absolutely, I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes, immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. Uh-huh. I distinctly remember her saying, I'm not. About what? That's all you did. You just asked her. Since surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Why on earth not? The honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for any further probing into the matter. Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps? Think what you will. But if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands you support your assertion with facts. In other words, he wants evidence. Me, mom. The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. A man got shot like right in front of her, and she's like, gotta go. I have an appointment. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there, I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime. Which is why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course. Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you. He's just saying what he's doing. Good bit. So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him. Which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. I'm dressed exactly the same way as you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Yeah, the flapping red ribbons make the difference. Anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even you with your thick skin must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well. Feel half dead already. Hiya, Alice. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome. We are in case 1 of Great Ace Attorney. And we're talking to a British woman. And she's lying about murdering a man. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel any better either. The first thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you. Do that and an opening will present itself, I promise you. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. So what was the line she added? Yeah, the glass. And Metasar, thank you for the raid. How you doing? Hope you had a good stream. Yeah.
Yes!
I just hear Captain Falcon every time. That's it. His facial expressions are so good. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. The fact that she's British covers that. Dear God. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. Thanks, Meta. Let's give so much guy playing. Appreciate it. Thanks for 51. Your urethra. I've done it. That was exactly as it was left. Mm-hmm. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is, odd. Very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Ryonosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers. Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass picture here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutia? Wow, that British English spelling of minutia is a trip. Minutiae? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Minutia, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. Obviously, minutiae. Ever send me James the camera? Oh yeah. Well, I mostly it was when Kazuma was like, let me rotate to face you. I was like, huh. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Is she admitting she has a way to abscond from the premises with things, objects, hidden upon her personage? Good gracious. Sorry. Oh, she said sorry. That's fine. It is nice that, unlike older Ace Attorney, who would have had the judge be like, oh, what a nice young woman. Look at you. And it's the most infuriating thing ever. When the judge is like, I'm so easily biased. And at least so far, there's plenty of game left. The judge is pretty impartial for the most part. And we mostly have Ouchie over here being like, oh, she wouldn't hurt a fly. She's pretty and nice and girl. Don't worry about it. So it's like the way that he's presenting things is one thing, but then the judge is just like reasonably impartial so far. It's got a nice change in vibe that I like. There's a bit of a taboo, definitely a bit, but I'm like, they've set up the context really well. This is like an important time for Japan and British diplomacy, and everyone's obsessed with England a little bit right now. Like, that feels very fair, and it's good to give the judge personality. You don't want him to just be a robot up there. You want him to have some characterization. And I like me, the judge from Ace Attorney, just fine. But I'm glad they didn't do the exact same shtick, at least so far. So as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Now, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? That's absurd. Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? That's a crime of the first degree in Japan. No, this can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. This is why Kazuma's the best. Every time she talks, I'm just picturing it. It sounds like Isabelle talking in Animal Crossing. First degree, that is a bold charge. Perhaps shenanigans? We hereby accuse you of both mischief and shenanigans of the first degree. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. And then it's, yeah, okay. So she had, okay, all right. Can we check the inside of that handbag for gunshot residue? Gunpowder residue? Can we do, you don't need forensics for that. You can just be like, yep, smells like fucking gunpowder in there. Like, that seems like a really easy thing to check. May I see it? A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency, a small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. Gun-sized empty spawner bag. So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. Why did she steal his glass? Like, I understand going, oh, no one can know I was here. I don't know. That seems like a lot of thinking very far in advance. Like, if I remove one glass on that side, it looks like one person was sitting here. If she's telling the truth, which she isn't, obviously, you would just grab the one that's near you and then bail. So it's fine. Hoopla! Unbelievable. This glass has no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with illogical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. You have no room for logic here. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're gonna need to show that it has some deeper significance. You're right. So, she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's the handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce that there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. British noble people didn't think that Yuri was real, so it's considered pointless to outlaw it. Big if true. You can't seriously be suggesting. Puts his fingers but doesn't tap them. Logic is not complete. He doesn't have full logic. They didn't invent that yet. Logic was invented in 1961. Inspector Hosonaga! Yes. Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Order, order, order. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at that time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. You think so, Kazuma? He's fine. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you've no faith in the police. I mean, have you given us reason to trust you at all today? As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I'd completely forgotten about. Oh. This photographic print. What? Wait. Huh? How did that get there? How did that get onto there? Which side is the horns are facing the inside part. So if his hand was up on, that's a weird way to have your hand. If his hand was like in like this, then the horn would be, no wait, that is correct, right? Because then the horn would be on the, that's fine. So he could have been like that. But was that, is the plate hot? Maybe I don't. Anyway, also, she's got a see-through bag. This print of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. That's just a tattoo. Yeah. The fetus came out of sizzling. Yeah, they did. I think I confused myself thinking about how the hand would be arranged for that to be that side, but I think it's fine. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Yeah, but like, would that have left an impression that visible and that clean? It's weird. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly, so there was no need to search the lady's handbag. Unless there's like a bag and then like a mesh part. So you can see to the outer part, but then there's like an inner part that's not. Because you can't see, I don't think I have that in evidence. You can't, it's fine. There was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. There. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Stop undermining his incompetence. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Holy shit. That is a very dramatic take damage animation order. Inspector Hosonago, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. Yeah. Think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. Yeah, that's how I feel too. In fact, my theory of it's got a bag within the bag seems pretty explicitly clear, because that's really dark. And you can see the white tablecloth is not visible, so, yeah, that's just an outer layer that has mesh. So, okay. The glass was a gun, Your Honor. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted to the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there's only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. Real. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. Turn them about. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Ooh, even Cosmo. Cosmo? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. Well, you mean this is it? Is this when I unlock my special powers? To find the truth? Tsuhuhu! I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma. His dreams of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well, I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby... Wait, Your Excellency? Ryunosuke? I don't think you can roll on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there's no longer any room for doubt in this matter. I must make my ruling. Now, that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze! Bath just ran out to run some errands, which means I have to get my own water. Which is fine. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. He's gonna penalize me so bad. Do I make myself clear? Menacing. Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see this significant detail to which you have alluded. Oh, well, looks like I get 5 chances of fucking it up. I really want to submit this and be like, the bag's not actually fully see-through, but I mean... Just gonna hit you with this hammer. Bonk.
Yes!
Enhance. Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly there's nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. Thank you for the hydrate. I gotta find a moment to go get my water. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Ouchi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown... Oh, I just got it. Like, of course I immediately placed it as being connected to the meat. But I didn't think about the significance. Now! I was just like, oh, like, I was thinking about like how his hand would be placed, but the whole point is he was sitting there. And I guess the idea is he was shot while he was facing there. And that's why he burned himself as he was like collapsing or something. But the entire point is that proves he was sitting on this side of the table with the meat. So but that would disprove our proof that the woman was there, but she's already here proving that she was there. So I'm not sure how this helps us. But I mean, it's something, so we gotta use it. But I just had the moment of like, wait, he shouldn't be sitting there. That's weird. Thanks, Nida. 97-3 to the big one. That's crazy. Thank you so much. I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. I just got a text from Bath. They said, sorry, just saw this. Get you water when I get back. No, it's okay. This was my own show. Yeah, well, it just changes a number of specifics about where the body was, the orientation of it. So, yeah, it's important. Excuse me, Your Excellency. Big Bath's question, you think? Chat, do you think I have a chance? I mean, Bath already has a wife in Nicole, so I don't know. It seems kind of messy. Seems kind of complicated if I get involved. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the dean and the other university staff. You should go for it. Okay, I'm gonna go for it. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. I also literally only just noticed that Ouchie has the prosecutor's badge as like an insignia on his arm. It's not like I looked at it and just didn't notice that there. Anyway, yeah, that one. What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? My band. Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest. And he has the badge. It does have the... yeah. I was just focused on the neck pin. And now it's just staring me in the face. Yeah, that's just... yeah, okay. Well. Judge has ship wheels on his nips. Everything's presented from the original series. That's crazy. We got the badge, the prosecutor badge, and we have old Judge ship nipples. Can literally flex his badge. I'm not really sure, but if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Correct, the shipples. Thank you. You're right. I am. If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again. We'll jam our foot into the closing door of justice. Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. There's color left to drain? Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and the trial. Here.
Yes!
Remove the white. What's this, Counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at the scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Yes!
The beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. This emblem on the plate? He ate the sizzling fajitas, not the beefsteak. And the victim's burn. This is the halfway point, damn, are exactly the same shape. Ryunosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
But sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? You fit like 6 franc sods in this. I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Go Bulls. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. After 6 seems deserved. Yeah, I mean, there's still tutorializing stuff, as you should in a game like this. But yeah, it seems like the developers were more interested in, like, let's just actually get into what the game's about and give you a compelling case than just be like, it's the tutorial. So, I think it's fine. It's inconceivable the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. A permit? As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter?
Yes!
Yes. This is very good. Sure. You know what? Sure. You know what? Sure. Let me refresh chat. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Shop it the dump bum bum. Whoop. We're back. There you go. Great. Okay. There you have it. Something isn't right here. I do not think you know what that word means. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. Yeah, I was a little bit hesitant to add it because of how dark it is, but it's fine. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? He was dead the whole time. They weakened at Bernie's his ass into the restaurant. He'd been dead for a month. Well, the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day. That would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us are in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antique stealer. All of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie? Yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think? Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrived at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was asleep. Yes, the professor, with his tendency to nod off, was asleep when his hand fell onto the piping hot plate and didn't even notice the burn happening. You didn't even know the professor, and yet here you are labeling him as a dim-witted dozer. Huh? How about I hold your wrist on a hot plate and we see if you can sleep through it? Perhaps the scream you let out will wake you up a bit. Well, it's nice that there's this frankness developing between us, partner. Don't call me partner after coming out with this nonsense like that. This is a critical moment. It may very well be our only chance to turn things in our favor. So come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it. Or rather, you have to do it. You're the only one who can. There's only one explanation I can think of. On the day in question, Dr. Wilson didn't notice. The professor, being as absent-minded as usual, was unaware of his hand falling onto the piping hot plate and didn't even notice the burn happening. You didn't even know the professor, you're labeling as a bumbling scatterbrain. How about I hold your wrist on a hot plate and see how your bumbling scatterbrain copes? Perhaps the scream you let him will wake you up a bit. There's this frankness developing between us, partner. Get your shit together! He was already dead. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. Shinderu, when the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. Nani? That's madness! Order, please. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. It's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchie. It's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. Firmly grasp. If it's true, as we now believe that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. I assure you the luncheon was indeed quite forgettable. But Your Excellency! The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I'm prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. There it is! Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Egads! Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country, after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. Mods, put her in a capsule, send her into space. Have you heard the English language? Spoken by anyone? Literally anyone? Oh. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Oh, boo. Oh, boo. Was she a hooligan accent? Center space. Should we have a racism counter? I think that's the first of many, as I understand it. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Well. You are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. Merci. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally gonna hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. Yeah, I wish they didn't. What is testimony? Alright, I'm gonna go get some water. Oh, shit! That's a jaunty tune. I'll be right back. Have a jaunt while I'm gone to this jaunty tune. Canceled the death. Yeah. I'm back. Yeah. Oh. Hello. Alright. That was swift, thanks. I'm not very far from the kitchen. Thanks for another hydrate. Alright, what the hell's going on with her? I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. Get the only way you didn't want? No! When the waiter brought my bistake, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the postmortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. Well, he died from a hemorrhaging blood? Single bullet fired at close range. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Is there something else that could have killed him? Maybe the carbonated water was really, really carbonated. And the cork was like a bullet. And it killed him. I don't know. Poison? Well, he's clearly got a bad time going on there. So... No, it's corked up. I mean, it's an absurd theory, but like, I'm all about my absurd theories in Ace Attorney. He's corked the hell up. If there was some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. She took his guts to remove trace poison. I don't know if it's poison, though. I'm just thinking he might have already had the bullet. I don't know. Just call him Death Piece of Lives. Well, we already talked. It came up in the game where they're like, prior to that, the investigator on the scene would be like, nope, he's dead, all right. But now they're adopting more of a British style of having an autopsy, which is why we have an autopsy report. But they're still just kind of like, I don't know, we got our vibes. It's cool. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Is it racism or xenophobia? It can be both. Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tongues of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. Put him to death, thanks Jesus. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel. This will be your final cross-examination in this trial. Final or final version 2 final? Like, what kind of final are we talking? This ain't my first rodeo. It is Mionowski's first rodeo, but if you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? We're up to Untitled 7? Oh, that's rough. HimSpin, welcome! I got, like... Obviously, hopefully it goes without saying, I adore the 2D art in the Ace Attorney games, and I love the pixels from the GBA games. But man, like, there was a bunch of stuff in the Layton versus Ace Attorney crossover. I was like, dang, there's a lot they can do with 3D. Just a little bit of budget for 3D, and they use it well. It's like the 2D games informed their approach of, like, little moments with a lot of impact. And just having like a solid baseline without getting too fancy with it. So you have these like little bespoke animations you can pepper in. And like, man, they don't miss. It's good. Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. The statue point scene. That might be one of the best things that just happened in video games. The stupid Layton statue. The victim's death. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist.
Yes!
But yeah, that's the thing is Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. I feel like, yeah, I would agree that they probably didn't, it didn't seem like they really used the 3D to the same extent. There were occasional moments. They would like have a dramatic zoom out and like show the perspective of the courtroom. And like do some camera work with that, and like the animations were good, right? But yeah, I feel like the peak was higher, so. Nice in Japanese audio? No, I mean, I could. But would it make any actual cutscenes in Japanese? The default was English, and I'm fine with that, but... Nah, alright. I'm just gonna leave it alone. But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 seconds. You can't not have noticed. Your stuff was good. Yeah. I mean, I'm used to hearing crunchy objection, as opposed to crunchy Japanese word for objection. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry. Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, we are igiari. It would make more sense to use Japanese audio here, but I think I'm just gonna stick with English. The fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you? Huh? His pee-pee! Haha, what fun. You hadn't realized. The dear lady's absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Do pee-pee out in the middle of the courtroom? Why didn't you tell his first day in court? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Professor, your hand is on the hot plate. Now, Luke, a gentleman must never scream in distress. Professor, your hand is on fire. Now. There is a gomja bar at my neck, good boy. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer, my boy. I kind of conflated the bits here. I don't know what I'm doing. Thank you. It's gonna be maxed out. A gentleman must never respond to stimuli from his environment, my good boy. It's the way of the English gentleman. It appears I have been stabbed multiple times upon my personage. Good day to you, sir. The gentleman would never cry out when dying. First thing you learn in school, right? The God Emperor of Toon. There you go. Out of deference to the plate, I must hold my hand there for 3 seconds. That's insane. Oh, yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Yes!
Well, I can't. Anyway. Laying with a big worm body. Out of the corner of my eye, my hit points on the top right slid into frame. And it kind of felt like the inspector guy had like a little crown, like a little sparkly crown. A little tiara. It was nice. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast.
Yes!
But toast is made of bread, not water. This is curious. As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? He's a shiny ketchup. Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember? Yeah, I remember. Which explains why you ordered that drink, correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of others in the court, it means bless you. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway. As far as I've heard, the postmortem report showed no other possible cause of death.
Yes!
Correct. Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Congrats, Thingamabob. Did you like it? Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death. Hell yeah. Majora good. Now you can go watch the blindfolded Majora's Mask speedrun from GDQ this week. It's wild. It can only have been the bullets from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must already have been dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. There's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace. Do show
Yes!
me. But I mean, there is poisson. That is always an option. Without leaving a trace. Loath as I am to go down that route. If someone's shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, all of the ways to kill someone. However a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Yeah, croissant. Death from croissant. Isn't that right, Inspector Osanaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you are going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question? On my honor, I, Taketsuchi Aochi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. Do I have any Poisson-related evidence? This country's inferior investigative techniques won't pick it up on anyway.
Yes!
Yes, correct. Inferior crocodile alligator, what do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examinations. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different... That startled me. We really are Leighton versus Phoenix up in here, huh? Death by cringe. Hey, Will. She's French. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. Fatal plot disease jumpscare. He's dying from plotitis. I'm trying to be as tactical about this as I can, you understand? A killer blow. The lady's as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. There's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Ryonosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma? What, Ryonosuke? There is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yeah, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but... this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what he's thinking. I'll find out soon enough. Once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. Yeah, that towel, that is straight up there like, what's his name? The serial killer. He show up again in I wanted to say Dade Man, but that's the victim. He's got the bloody arm and he's Shelly, the killer. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. This one.
Yes!
Yes. Inferior? What do you mean? Yes, Sheldon, Big Bang Theory.
Wait.
In the investigation, the direction was lost. Yeah. So do I do something now? There it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right, look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. This was a good mechanic in the crossover. I'm glad to see it back. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it now. Ryonosuke, it's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. Hiya. Slide him around. But by moving the marker left and right with Baba, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. Makes this me feel very like, yeah. That's one of the things I really liked about the crossover was having multiple witnesses, having this kind of like back and forth. You're like, hey, you said that thing there. It makes it feel very organic and lively and makes it feel more like a room of people all talking and listening about what's happening. Instead of this very like, wait, there's that one line of dialogue that you said that contradicts this, which is fun, but like, this is a different take on it. I like it. And they can still do that, so. Yes, Bayonetta just does that. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people in the stand, take a look. I mean, it's so obvious. That's fair. I think it's a tough thing to do subtly. If they make it really subtle, then that's going to be like really difficult to be like, okay, you have to go through every line of dialogue and check everyone at the stand. Which sometimes the crossover's like, here's 8 dudes. You got to find which one is being weird. All right, then. So I should move the marker across and focus on the detective. I guess I should say it is mostly used as a storytelling device rather than like a puzzle deductive reasoning device, which there's room for it to be like, wait, you should think that's weird, you know? Rather than just like someone being surprised by information. There's room for deductive reasoning in that mechanic, but I think it's tough to do. So I think it's okay. But the 10 Nights, yeah. That's gotta be just, it's Peem. It's Peem. Pursue him with A and see what's on his mind. Here we go. Yeah, exactly. You'd have like 2 people be like, huh? And they would have like, they would have different responses. And you're like, wait, but why are you surprised? Like, you should be surprised. Why are you as well? Like, they did some fun stuff with it. Mm-hmm. I like her character portrait. Is that the same thing I have in here? Sure is. Giselle Brent. Good. You there.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Oh, the guy she must. What the? What is happening? Squeeze me. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. She's only 24? Only 20? That's like ancient for this franchise. You're either like 19 years old or you're 30 and look like you're 80. That's basically it. Yeah, I know. We went full circle of that. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. And for this time period? Oh, yeah. Basically already foot in the grave. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? The injured knight. Mm-hmm. It's really good. If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
Objection!
Tutorial tuberculosis? Fuck. What is the meaning of this? And it's contagious. It's the delightful English woman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Is that how it works? Absolutely not. Hmm? The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. The TV will get only, yeah, you gotta wait till the end of the tutorial. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. We've only gotten so far as... what? We haven't quite fully imported the... HimSpin. That's like the bulk of it. We're only up to... what? Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. Here we go. It's time for bullshit. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. Is that... Oh my god, it's so stupid. That's why he's coughing and bleeding. I was thirsty, so I drank some water. Anyway, I have to lie down for a while. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. He's already dead. One day, our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle as evidence. Carbonated water bottle has been, yeah. Great. Miss Brett. Can you confirm this indeed is the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel. You may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Ahem. It can be naturally occurring, that's true. There are naturally occurring carbonated springs, which is neat. Can I spin it around? Yes. Hey, this one's missing its cork. The label's written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French? This must be very expensive water. It is contagious. What does it say? What does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. France! You could just say you don't know. Get his ass. Get his ass. All right, well, nothing else. Thanks for the hydrate, Kaka. Abadoo. I had no idea the poor man burned his wrist like that.
It's also poison. It's okay. It's so hydrated.
Yeah. Yeah, about that. Can I just use the bottle? Does that work? Can I examine my badge? Oh, shit. Sure. Oh. I am number 901. My personal student number is engraved on the back here. If you lose your pin, they won't accept you as a Yume student at the university. You may not come in, they say. Alright. Of course, you can get a new pin made if you can just tell them your number. Minus 9999. I actually lost mine twice already, but I still don't know my student number by heart. I always say to myself, I mustn't forget to write it down somewhere, but then I forget not to forget that. No, that's very real. Yeah. He's just having a little joke on his own in the middle of trial, you know. The Imperial. Is that right side up? Or no, it's that, like, shit. Like, that's right side up? Ah, the symbol of Yume University. Every student wears this pin with pride. No, it's at an angle on his lapel. Is that a lapel? It's just a collar? It's funny, but most emblems seem to be either round or rectangular. I like this spike design, even though it doesn't really make any sense. Although, it does cause problems. Lots of students end up cutting their fingers on their badges. Perhaps it was the idea of one of the founders. A sharp pin for a sharp mind or something. Is there a joke that the fact that either characters are doing the swap dimensions? I don't think so. I appreciate if people only at me if it's an urgent thing. Like, hey, everything's on fire in the chat. But thank you. Gonna be a murder weapon? God, I hope so. It's kanji for Imperial. Gotcha. Okay, what is that? That side down. All right. If there's only a man's life can be taken another, please do show me. I'm not gonna be blown up. Help. You're good. A little fire? You can have a little fire. I'm just gonna try it. The ball.
Yes.
Cool. I was like, the game's not gonna hand me something with the word poisson in it. What is this? Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poisson? Yes. Fish. On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside. But he just realized he's been drinking poison for 3 days. My face went. Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order, order. And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only person who could possibly have done it. Giselle Brett. It was you! Yep, that's when you point. That's when you point. He's still new.
Objection!
Typo 0 out of 10. Yeah, I'm gonna return the game to Steam. I'm gonna show up at Valve's offices with the CD-ROM. I'd like to return this. This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we've only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? We're like BFFs there. Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We're here to determine the truth. If I may, I will silence you forever for this disgraceful... She had like a fancy speech bubble. It's you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady. Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents by drinking it. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No! No! Yeah, what about outside the country? What about British poisons? I'm very grateful to all of you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? I love how he drags himself up and it's like staccato. It's not like a smooth mo. Anyway, Kazuma. I am sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Please, wait. What? Isn't that? What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. A bomb! And then we all explode. And then that connects to Ace 35. The end. To be continued. Christ, you were not kidding. Yeah. Bam, 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 bam. Let's go. Yes. 1:14. The clock is ticking for that telegram. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense. Why this sudden ingress into my courtroom? A judicial assistant, and a woman no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. A woman? You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency, woman in the courtroom, this will not stand. I am most grateful. I kill Ouchie with a gun. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something? Written in English? It's Giselle Brett's research. The English woman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of curare? Curaga and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curare, what's that? An ace attorney? I've never heard of that word before. Yeah, it heals. Yeah. Time's up. She's looking up cures. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There was too little time for me to read it in detail. But I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful, thank you. Giselle's report has been entered in the court record. Goodbye then, and good luck. Spirit. You have had long enough, counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. Yeah, hold on, just give me 10 minutes. I gotta look at this real quick. A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such that inflicted by a blowpipe dart? Well, that didn't make the bullet hole in his chest. Okay. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. A solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Yeah. It's no good if they're paralyzed and then they just die. This is a big dart. Yeah. You see, the bullet was poisoned, Your Honor. You have had long enough. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Inosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Final. Version 4. Last I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett, it seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question, however, I must ask you to treat that as an order. But tea time? British no tea time? Does not compute. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. The tea will get cold. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? My badge. I'm a university student, and that changes everything.
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yuma University doing research. Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps? Into a deadly poison. What? Poison? That is a hell of a coincidence with no bearing on the case. Court is adjourned. Where are you going with this, Counsel? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What complete and utter nonsense? Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. Woo! Order, order, order. Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research students from England, curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states that it's produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. And it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Is it related to poison dart frogs? No. Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. Why has it got cure in the name? That's the hell of a healant. Hey, rough day. Try a tooth, watch someone else eat, and process food. Like they're including watching someone else eat a steak as like equivalent. That's good. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Council, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. If I may. All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must be taught. It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them? I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. She's not denying anything we just said. Well, Ms. Brett, the feeling's mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes, I don't see, why not? Oops, Butterfingers exploded. It's gone. She's gonna drink. She's built up an immunity to the poison. Naturally. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry. To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. You're also from an island. What's the comparative size between Japan and the UK? Like, which one's bigger? I've never seen them overlaid on top of each other, so I have no idea. UK smaller, Japan bigger. That's even funnier then. You island boy points at Australia. Like, yeah, I guess. We're all on an island, really, if you think about it. But okay, sure. Also, I don't know if we should trust the woman being like, I've concocted a deadly poison. Let me test it. As I'm cornered in court, let me drink some not poison. And then, oh no, I'm slain, goodbye. Like, it seems like either way, this is a bad idea. For many reasons. I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Yeah, point at North and South America. Cheers. Mm-hmm. Wait, what are you doing? She just instantly ragdolls, like clips through the fucking desk. Tastes like poison to me. No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Yeah, just Gmod. Why would he pour it for her? This is all very strange. Thank you, Oswald. Just gonna drink your drink now that we know the poison stuff. Yeah, exactly. Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. Hey, it's till someone eats poison in court, so no curare. The bottle was clean, is that what you're saying? Ha 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 ha. You look quite incredulous, little boy, but of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. He's not actually a waiter. Yes, Miss Brett. I should like to be excused now, please. I must regurgitate the not poison I just drank. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Yes, dear lady, we are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? Or the poison was just in the glass but not in the bottle? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Then why is the inspector dying? Come on, Ryunosuke, we have all the clues now. That bottle of water. Oops. Well, the culprit did put curare poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You serious?
Objection!
Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer's in the evidence we have in the court records somewhere. There has to be. Very well. Is this true, or are they just letting me dig myself deeper into this hole? If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume the supposedly poisoned water unscathed? Fuck if I know. Sure. Died, uh-huh. Yeah, yeah. Card, sure. Crime. Wait! The glass is not empty there. But the glass is empty here. I never noticed that before. Suspicious. Suspicious. No, And she took only the glass, not the bottle. It was half full. I would say it was half empty. Much like his life. How she's supposed to say? But if it was the glass, how do I? Can I do this?
Yes!
It seems the defense, or shall I say, the wretched accused, is the only real source of complication in this case. You'll have to think harder than that, defendant. Sorry, Your Excellency, I'd better try to find some supporting evidence. You're making this complication far more complicated than it needs to be. All right, I'll do my best to find an answer that fits the facts. If the defense, the wretched accused, truly intends to assert this claim, I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. So it was in the bottle? Fuck. Let me save. I thought it was gonna take me back. I thought the answer was that there was no poison in the bottle. It was elsewhere, like in the cup. But they're saying it was. Here's my badge. Interesting. I can't present people, so that's good. Think, my brain. How was she able to consume the bottle unscathed? It was on the victim's table. Check all the evidence. All of the evidence. Yeah. She had a glass. She took one of the glasses. Poison with the bark. I'm using ancient times like best burn. Poisoned by through a wound. Oh. Ingesting it doesn't kill you.
Yes!
I knew that, but I forgot that. The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
I forgot it. That's not a valid explanation. No? After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, counsel. Which section? Oops. Route of entry, special characteristics. We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Good point. So what's his face coughing and bleeding has nothing to do with that? Okay. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, counsel. No, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. Unless you have like any any kind of interior trauma that would have it enter the bloodstream that way, but it's fine. What? Mouth. Misbreath. You authored this research, you knew curare's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. I have a tiny cut in my mouth, guys, basically. You meddling little... It's a real bird. It's a real bird. By God, it's a real bird. When I heard a bird earlier and it turned out to be a baby, that was foreshadowing. Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it possibly... So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you even trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? Aren't they the same age? As even your brain has managed to deduce, curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. The succus. The succus? Oh yeah. I was talking to my boy here about that. Well, of course, gastric suckers, what are they? So if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? That's right. But he was poison darted with a bullet. Good gracious. He goes straight to the succus. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? Order in court, order. The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected the same way. Are you trying to suggest... Yes, this curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. Oh, shit. What is this? Welling up inside me. Yeah, I got it. I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Let's fucking go. Yeah, I don't think so, Mr. Zelbrett. How dare you use that tone with me? Your glasses are real big and the bird's real small. You know very well that there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Objection. 3 game, by the way. I know. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, you must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison's completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the curare? Boop.
Take that!
As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. Thanks, Ladry. A fatal difference? Well, the toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. Every time they cut to this, it's funny. So that's it. You use that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are all so puerile. But what do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No. I mean, I could just slip. I joked about this earlier, but you can't outshoe the Takubi. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. What happened? It's the English woman, she smashed the bottle! And in the Supreme Court, what a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you it will soak up the water beautifully. Then wring out the rug! You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. Ha 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 ha. How could you? You won't get away with this. You won't get away. What? You won't get away with what? You won't get away with. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle or not. You. Zim. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Close enough, welcome back, Quercus? God, no. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? She's not claiming diplomatic immunity. She's just claiming, I'm superior to you Japanese people. Good day, sir. Which is, you know, worse than Quercus? It's I don't want to compare the two. They're both bad. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. And they have a very important new treaty. It's friendship. That's right, and really looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day using curare. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. I know that in late 1800s, they probably didn't have, like, bullet forensics to make sure that that is indeed the gun in question. We're not looking for fingerprints on the gun because we know he grabbed it or whatever. But, like, wouldn't there be gunpowder residue on his hand if he fired the gun? Wouldn't it be really easy to just, like, smell his hand and be like, yeah, this man didn't shoot a gun? I don't know, like, I'm not a gun expert. I'm not a murder expert. Just kind of feels... Smell my hand. I'm innocent. Smell my hand. He's trying to... I know they're trying to frame it. I get it. I'm overthinking it. That's my nature, but... He washed it with the curare. God damn it. He washed it with poison. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. See? You had every opportunity to commit this crime. Rifling. Yes, that is... Yeah. Like, I'm sure they might have even known that that was a thing, but maybe couldn't, like, consistently... I don't know. Stop thinking true. There is an Arabic saying. Is there? Relevant to what I was just saying? Like people out there carry firearms at the police car. True. Yeah. Did anyone see her destroy evidence? Yeah, it's fine. She's pretty. It was loud. Checking the rifling is a rifle. Oh. I don't know. It's been like a day or so. The Japanese police didn't collect evidence. So I was just going with this. Yeah. But destroying it in court is just like... It is hard to be like, let's move on. But for the pacing of the case, it's like, let's not worry about the cause of death anymore. We've established you figured it out. But for the dramatic tension, let's go back to the main kind of puzzle of like, how did he get shot and why is he facing this way? So I don't mind it. It's just absurd. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. The pacing of the case. A hidden gun, you say, and I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now, is she really gonna get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke. Yes, we've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. My brain. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend upon. Yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. The steak, every color. Oh! This is neat. This is fun. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head, could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Nah, there's nothing. Nah. I've been over it 1,000 times in my head. There can't be anything more. At least, that's what I've been telling myself. Let's not forget that a lot has changed since the start of this trial. Your memories of that day have been stirred over and over again in the last few hours. Thanks, Alex. Favorite Ace Attorney game, I've loved most of them. It's just absolute peak. I'm hyped you started. Thank you. I'm excited. I'm having a good time so far. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. He was eating his steak with ketchup. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on, then. Let's wipe the smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Evidence like, I remembered there being a thing. All right, I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all of this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is... the number of tines on the fork. They call it a fork because there's 4 tines, but why? Is it just the obvious the thing? Okay, it could be anything. Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? He's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. Which is understandable. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute, where are you going with... Where are you going with this, little boy? A witness stepping over Winston to say the same thing as him, my beloved. It's just the memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. Nuh-uh. That can't be the case. What? Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies that the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Jezebel, Brett. I called her Jezebel. Jezebel, Brett. I beg your pardon.
Objection!
I like when they look like duck small and the glass is big. I know exit wounds exist. Not in this case. You're right, but no, the bullet did not pass through the victim's body. So, that's how that... Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
There's a slow bullet. This. If they didn't say that, I would agree with you, but they explicitly were like, no exit wound, which keeps things closer to simpler, maybe. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. Can we raid this man's house and find, like, 1,000 pieces of evidence, please? I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. I think he wants to be called a crime scene thief. You did what? You what, Mike? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. I took them all. And I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Yeah, sure. Gum fingers? Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir? Did he bring that all with him to court? Mistake. Sorry for the delay. Here is what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector, the blood man. Show the court. What do you mean, man? Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. Yeah, Still a big old bite mark out of it, though. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible. I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. Ate it like a Minecraft. was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. You always say this? I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire. Add to the counter. I believe we may finally have reached the conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Yeah, oh my god. She said before we knew Japan existed. Probably. This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. Steak plate. Woo. Chris Price sounds so good. Yeah, we love a villain who's fun to hate. Was the plate I saw or thought I saw just a figment of my imagination? This is it now. I've lost. Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. Oh, look at that steak. Not gonna lie, this is so far removed from what I was thinking about. Oh god, I love Shutakumi's brains so much. Remember that Chekhov's gun from a couple hours ago? Yeah. The fucking coin, huh? God damn it. What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin, and the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, what's it doing there? So is this proof that this was the military man's stake? He gave us the wrong one? Is that what's going on? Or for some reason, did the professor take it? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? And apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoei Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but never heard of bullion in bullion. Bullion in bullion. And I don't think you ever will again. I think that's a +2. This is extraordinary, though. This means that he doesn't know how to eat his steak with a knife and fork. And he eats it like a Minecraft. Okay. -2. Okay. Chekhov's steak. Chekhov's Hoei era coin. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objections?
There's a spider and he's watching me poop in, watching me poop in, watching me poop in. He's on the wall and he's watching me poop in, watching me poop in, watching me poop in. Oh god, he's crawling here. It's that time he disappeared. Flush him down the toilet. Don't want no spiders watching me while I'm pooping.
Zagro, thank you for the classic Hammy. Old Hammy from an old man, turning 36, basically dust in the wind. Hey, same. This tradition may be silly, but I do like the thought of showing appreciation to those who make a positive impact on one's life. This makes such a great guy. This is very flattering, thank you. Happy 36, as a fellow member of the 36 Club. Hey, howdy ho. Welcome. Hey, thank you for it. It's just undercut the exactly. Okay. Are they back in rotation? Nope. The old hammies are at 900 bits or $9 and have been for a long time. That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. It's 38. There you go. Can the plate of steak reveal any other clues? There's another clue. Discount hammy. Yeah, when I added new hammies. I reached the point where I was like, anytime I add new hammies, the percent chance of getting a new one gets lower and lower. So I was like, I'll just break them in a separate section. Then when I did that, I took all the older hammies and made them a little cheaper. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
Objection!
I'm 32 as to make me. If you're younger than me, then you're a baby. If you're older than me, I'm like, holy shit. There's people that are that old? There's no in between. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. A beefy secret. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? Laughs in 42. The answer to life, the universe, and everything. I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett. We all must ensure a thorough examination of the beef. I mean the evidence. I mean the beef evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Show me the beef. Counsel, you will now clearly show the courts to what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is this new clue to be found? It's under the beef. Enhance. Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Correct? Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, it is extraordinary. I agree. Present.
Got it!
I've got it. Oh, it's all covered in meat juice. Good gracious, that's... Koban? What on earth? Oh, yeah, one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? Wait, I was obsessed with the idea that the military man stole the coin and hid it under his meat, and this is actually his thing. Are we saying... And then I was like, oh, but was it that guy's... No, but he didn't have the beef. She had the beef. So either she swapped the plates, or he's saying... There's a joke to be made here. You're a British woman in foreign soil, and you took everything that wasn't nailed down. Is that what happened?
Shut up!
Oh, sorry. My mistake. What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen the thing before in my life. I don't know what it is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Objection!
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. I just put it together. Yeah, okay. She swapped the beefs. Classic, they call it a beef swap in forensic science. Classic beef swap. Because she's trying to hide the bloodstain, trying to cover up her tracks, and the suspicious bite marks is actually a clue. And it's not just the bite marks, it's the fact that we can prove she used her knife because there's meat juice on the knife. So it's all the fucking bullshit is important, and I'm glad about it, because it's like, why are there stupid bite marks? Because we're able to prove that she did a beef swap. It's just like, God, shoot Takumi, best to ever do it, man. Turnabout beefsteak. Right. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. I feel like that's the shit that gets me more than like, oh shit, now I see what happened. It's like, wait, that stupid thing from earlier is important. Like, that always, ugh, that gets me. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel. A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
Objection!
He's done it again. By all means, don't let us stop you. No one's invited you anyway.
Shut up!
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? So you thought it was a bit, turns out to be very important. It's that, and it's also like, well, it's good writing to not just pepper red herrings everywhere. Like, you want to be very deliberate with including details. And typically in like the photos and documentation, it's like, typically things are pretty explicit about what's included, but sometimes it's just not obvious at first. And it's just like, oh wait, I noticed that the steak looked like it had a big old bite mark out of it. Like, that could be something, or it's just a fun detail. But it's usually not a fun detail, but it's like, how on earth would a bite mark out of the steak be important? On what planet is that? Like, how do you make that important and relevant? And like, is good. That's the magic trick to me. Is this like, it's not like, oh, I wrote that off as a bit. It's like, I still know how you make that make sense. So, good. Because of chopsticks? Oh, maybe. I'll see what they go there. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is technically the old man.
Take that!
You do gotta think stupid about it. It can only be the antique dealer and owner of Rasute, Curio Correctason. Curie? As in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. That is a crazy thing to say in a game full of pun names. So, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hoyera koban, my prized coin. Then this Hoyera koban, do you mean to tell me?
Objection!
She doesn't know about Carmine Accidente. Please, why would Correctasan's koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and his plate? It makes no sense.
Yes!
The Japanese word for cucumber is curie. Oh, god, that is good. Which is why I'm asking to bring Correctasan back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. It's time for witness testimony version 72 final. I can't believe we come back round to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this koban, we'll find that it's a key element in the case. He's using his brains. Oh, everyone's up. We got the whole rogues gallery out here. What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize it's dinner time for little baby Ido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police, we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasute shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Correctasan, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever... Bram, that's it! The very exact one that is. Have you ever seen this koban where? That was splendiferous how I treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my Hoei treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing, such an unconscionable thing? Everyone would have done that. Soaking for 3 days. Excuse me? Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case, which you said was irrelevant. That's right, the secret undercover operation. La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sitting undercover, is that it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The Yatagarasu. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Corrector-san's Koban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Corrector-san's Koban and hid it under the steak.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Yasanosa? How dare you monster? Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Ido. Ido's the mastermind behind this. See, this is why I said no spoilers when someone earlier said it was the baby. Because I knew it was gonna be true. At some point, it was the baby. You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little babby. It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Ugh. Clippity cloppity clippity clop. The baby killed him. Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Yasanosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Turn him into Wario, the fucking thing. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. And I've heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days, I'd go in there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man and his Koban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief.
What's this?
A phantom thief. His Wario mustache. The baby pulled on it, turned him into Wario. You never see it coming. I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yo-bang. Yes, when the professor was shot. Thank you. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. Okay. It does. I do feel a little bit better. I thought his plan, or like what he, I thought he grabbed the coin when the old man wasn't looking and slid it under his steak. From the get-go. Him having it in his pocket and being like, "Oh, I need this to not be on me," makes it a little bit more logical. It's like I wasn't ruling it out. I'm like, haha, the perfect hiding spot under my steak. I slipped it under the steak, hoping I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time? Well, Miss Brett. Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. The theft of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Oh, but doesn't it? Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well, oof. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense, it's pure madness. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. Can I stop her? Can I stop her? Can I stop her? And good day. Can I stop her? Please? Huh? Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, sorry, it's just your eyes. They're so beautiful. Something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking, make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call it now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Hang a coin or a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and buying it without a fight work, no nonsense, this is madness. This isn't madness. This is late 1800s Japan! And then I kick her into a pit. Forever. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, counsel. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where is the evidence to prove it? Yeah.
Take that!
That is not her steak. I decree, under oath and order of law, that there has been a beef swap on this day, Your Excellency. I charge her with the high crime of beef swap. May she rot in the dungeon for all of time. The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed, yes, go on. I declare beef nanigans in court. More accurately, Your Excellency. Beef swap of the first degree. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. Well, I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. And then take a good look at this steak. In particular, the edge where it's been eaten. This is where I need that stock sound effect that was in Bill Nye. The big shark chomp kind of noise. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry? Oh, we're finally getting to her. There's a gun underneath there. like 1,000% she's holding a gun right now. Like I would put money on the line. She's holding a gun. Okay, let's move on. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, this will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. I've heard enough, you irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Of course. Dear lady? What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Nice one. Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks on the stake have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? I have no idea. Yes, now at last, it's all come together. The stake, the coin, the beef swap, the mysterious teeth marks on a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks on the stake are a little unnatural, as you put it, counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency? I almost said honor. We don't say honor here. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the stake here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson.
Shut up!
Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase, typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. 15, chat yells out. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the... Are we really up to 15? Before the court yet? Hasn't been? What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
This is absurd. The trial's run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you have
Objection!
it. I don't, but there is someone who does have it, someone in this very room. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Hey, Buttons! Thanks for 12. I wasn't know if I just wait for back Belleville. Enjoy the VOD. I appreciate it. If Twitch notifications explode, you can always join the Discord server. We have a bot made by the lovely Mithra, friend of the stream, that does a little ping every time I start streaming. Very well, I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about the whole affair? The man is you.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? It's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this stake with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chopping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Correctus-san's coin, he told us he slipped it under the stake. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the stake that you put the coin under, in fact, your own stake? Attention. Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. I'm glad he said meal and not any other number of words he could put there. In other words, the stake that the detective submitted as evidence earlier, yeah, it could have been a lot worse, was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
A second past that line. But that makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Doubt? X to doubt? I'm pressing X. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over. I am indeed alleging beef swap. You did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. All right. Okay. You know, I was suspecting of a beef swap tomfoolery, but I wasn't certain. I thought she had committed beef swap. This man of the military committed. That is. He's gonna be court-martialed for that. That's serious business. It was him. I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. Clue, but with beef swap. Beef treason of the highest order. The befouler of beef. Beef swap tomfoolery. It's gonna be the name of my memoirs. But then, when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table. We got him. Bake him away, toys. What? What if we just forget about the murder entirely and we just get focused on the beef swap? We take him to court. We're already in court. We take him to jail. You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. Nice. Classic 2 beef Monty. Which slab of meat is the coin under? It's swiding wet meat noises. And go. And then they pick your pocket while you're like, I don't like watching this, actually. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. Sliding around the meat. Is beef swap? Oh, beef swap's a high felony. There's like a tier list for felonies. It's like S tier. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. This man is shameless. Unbelievable. What do you mean there's a murder? We've solved the beef swap. However, fear not, prosecutor son. What now? Yeah, Barry definitely committed beef swap. 100%. It was one of his many crimes he was finally booked for. I swear on the brass buttons on my uniform, that is all I did, sir. Listen, he's remorseless. All you did? That's plenty. For once, I agree with Ouchie. He committed beef swap, but he's not even repentant about it.
Yes!
So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes. Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. Ooh. Oh, she's upset. She's eating her mask. That's correct. And then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat that can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon. Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you? No. You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear spattering of blood. So because remember some blood? It's kind of fun. I don't know. They're not treating it like a gimmick. But, I mean, we'll see. Maybe there's more stuff later on. But if the gimmick of the game is that Ryunosuke, like, remembers stuff pretty good. It's not, like, supernatural. He doesn't see a demon in a man's hand when he gets stressed out. It's just like, yeah, we can use that, but then, like, we're able to use that to get to real evidence, right? It's not going, he remembers it, therefore the case is closed. It's just like, well, there you go. He's so normal. Yeah, you know. He can think in color. Yeah, his memories are in color. I agree, Viz. It is a superpower to me. My memory is shit. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you are eating from, Miss Brett. Other gimmicks. I mean, it does have stuff from Layton versus Phoenix and a bunch of other good stuff. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. I'm glad they didn't force me to, like, point out the chew marks and then point at the knife to prove that she did eat it with a knife and fork. I wonder if there was an earlier version where you did have to prove that it was not her steak, rather than just being like, it was the steak and the rest is dialogue. I'm just glad. I'm glad it's a little more streamlined than that. The case is long enough as it is. Sorry for keeping you. Because the fact that the knife in the photograph had, like, beef juice on it, which is my favorite member of the Beetlejuice family. Here is the other steak and its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. Yeah, I will. Writing papers, yeah. I do love the history music for, like, working on stuff. The blood stain. It's clearly visible.
Yes!
Look. Yes. Beetle juice. Everything's clear. The blood you can see on the side of this plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Giselle Brett. It's you! Point! He point! Oh no. This one. It's sick. Outdone by a Japanese. Add it to the counter. Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No. No. No! Racism plus plus. Yeah! Baby chicken! Sorry, I forgot I brought my Bremen mask to court. Oh, and then she died. Oh, wow. God, I love these developers. Oh, he's pecking at the glass. God damn it. God damn it. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. I do need to call out the person that said racism plus plus in the chat, because if you're ever writing any code, any programmers in the chat, if you're working on some software and you have to write racism plus plus in a line of code, you should probably stop whatever you're working on and delete the project. It's not worth it. It's a bad project you're working on. I think that's, if you have to increment the racism counter, it's not bueno. Most unbecoming behavior. Victoria 3. Oh, that's a whatchamacallit, right? Strategy. What am I thinking of? 4X. Is that a 4X game? Respect minus racism plus. Paradox. Oh, is Paradox developer? Anyway, this language X is built on. They ported the code base from like C++. Yeah, sure. Why not? Why not? Okay, well, Miss Brett. fuck. I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. Stats from The Sims 5? No. It was I who took the professor's life using curare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because curare is unheard of here in Japan. Crusader Kings Europe of Restless Story. Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't played any of them. How'd you come with some Karaga? You overheal him. And then he explodes. Yes! Of course! I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. It's like, do you remember the Meet the Medic short for TF2? Where he's testing the Uber charge and it explodes all the hearts and stuff? It's like that. It's just like, you can overheal someone. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. Allie needed to see the professor take out one tiny sip of his water, and it would all be over. I would place the steak I'd ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. The meat does very good. Yes, you. Who else? Hi. Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. So I concocted a plan in the spur of the moment. You have a swan hat! Standard practice for late 1800s Japan. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happen to know the professor always carried a gun. Why not? I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Oh. So when she conspicuously held up that doily and was like, I gotta go now. That wasn't a... Okay, I'm sad. Well, I lost the bet. All my life saving chat. This is why gambling's really, really fun and good. Under your skirt? So I was right. There were two guns. Pay up. All right. Here you go, chat. Divide amongst yourselves. 3 bob. Yes! And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. Woo, $3. You took all of it for your... That was for all chat to share. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I'd intended. And the underskirt joke was Roosevelt. It was. It was. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, kabang. That's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Okay, so she did just actually shoot him in that moment. I was wondering if there was gonna be some tomfoolery there with like he had already been shot or it was a noise to make it seem like that's when the shot was, but no, she actually just okay. Right. Got it. Can we play the definitely a prediction, not a poll? That's a very we need to keep it from down. You know, I didn't. No, but that was a poll. That's true. Todd! He was born with a bullet in him. Exactly. How you doing, Todd? That's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Also, gamer did him 94 months. That's a lot. Thank you. Even though at that point, he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Been lurking. Appreciate the lurk. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. Excellent hydrate. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd picked up the gun. And we know that the military man and the antiques man were still in the restaurant because that's after that point. Because the photo was taken I mean, I guess it's possible that the blood was... Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I was like, if the photo shows that there was blood there, it doesn't. He remembers there being blood there. In the photograph, there seems to be no blood. So this is already after the swap happens. So never mind. This is post-beef swap. Everything's fine. Don't worry about me. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. We'll figure out if it's a I think it's probably stronger than that. Your Excellency. PBS, post beef swap. I think beef swap's one word, so it's just PB. I wonder. It's like AD, PB. I love when Steak is coordinates attorney. How many times has it happened? Not that many times. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. Twice. Was there a beef in the bento boxes in, was that Ace 32? I'm trying to remember when there was beef before. 1-3 was all about the steak. Oh, the steak. Only was because she's racist. 1-3 and 2-4. Okay. PBS digital post beef swap digital. Okay. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. Well, you don't really seem that repentant, and also, I feel like you're getting away with this somehow, so... Bento was 1-5. Right. Yeah. I never remember what case was where, because a lot of it is just, like, kind of a blur. Like, I remember a lot of what happened, but I've already forgotten a bunch of details, right? But, yeah. Like, I play these games in a pretty dense chunk of time, so I never seem to remember, like, the exact order of events. Or if someone's like, oh, what's happened in, like, case 2-3? I'm like, I don't, that is, you have to tell me, like, that was the case when this and this happened. I'm like, oh, there you go. That's fine. This is considered the worst case of the two games. It's still really good. But still, it's a bit long for case 1, but I don't mind. I think it was well paced. It would seem they didn't what really makes the case feel like it's dragging on for me is when you have the, like, here is the we finally figured out what happened, here's the guilty person, and then they just get away with it for 5 hours. That's when I'm like, I'm just waiting for the breakdown cutscene. I'm just exhausted. And, like, sometimes that's fun to be like, I'm as exhausted as the attorney in the case or whatever, but, like, yeah, investigation's kind of overdid it a little bit, but the beef swap saved the case. The beef swap really got me. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. Wrong way. Also, yeah, like, I figured out the beef swap, and then it took a while to get to that point, but that's okay. I presume the prosecution's in agreement. This can't be. Taketsuchi Ouchi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student. He's still panicking. You better start getting used to tough opposition. Arrgh. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Well, yes? Is he gonna curse our lineage for all of time? And that establishes... Is this a Skyward Sword situation? This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten. You become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. Is he drawing a sword? It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Yeah, I really appreciate that Ryunosuke got the fuck out of the way. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still, the Ouchi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. Okay. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system, where I allow acts of violence between prosecution and defense. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here.
I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. In the future, we're gonna be watching videotapes where someone goes, pleasure, at the same time as a gunshot. So, things are looking up, Your Honor. Kazuma Asogi. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all that you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. The mission. Bring better cuisine to the British Isles. That is your mission. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. Get rid of the mushy peas. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. To shreds, you say? The mission. Yeah, yeah. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. Oh my god. I was about to be like, are they gonna do a confetti bit? Fucking cherry blossom petals is a stupid bit. It's a stupid bit. This court is now adjourned. Yippee. Yeah, the Sakura blossoms. Yeah, Sakura gumshoe. Sweeping them up from outside. God, I'm not gonna get used to that, am I? It sounds like what like an early like DOS game would use that as the sound of a dog barking. Just one of those, not all of them. Like just like, you know, like it almost sounds like an angry dog really bit crushed to fuck. Anyway, it's good. It's good. I get that it's supposed to be a typewriter. It's just like most typewriters, especially as like Foley sound, is very much like light, like ding. That's like it's just like such an intense sample. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. It's too wooden. There's something about the processing on it that's just so funny to me. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Omedito. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Cosmo. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. No, so you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Oh. Can someone turn that fan off? Nope. He must have a breeze at all times. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much. If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Oh yes, of course. The guy from before. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Speaking of Mikotoba... Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides...
I can't get over the way that they're like rotating the whole ass model to make them fade. Like, it's very charming. I don't know why I like it so much. It's just like they have animations laid on top, but then they're also just like moving the models around to make it work, and it's just funny. It's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world in science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. Oh, a Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. Oh, and cuts down anything that's in my way. Yeah, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. Nothing at all, probably. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's gonna face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country, I'm certain of that. But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. What? Inspector Hasanaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today, very impressive to watch. I must congratulate... But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. We can't try her? Try me. Who then? Who's gonna bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. Why a consular court? I'll consular your jurisdiction. Bang, bang, bang. Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. And so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. 20 of them? One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming. And we're the ones driving it. Did we get a motive? I might have missed it. Yeah, not really a motive. We know that she was doing research involving poison, and that she was like, today was the day to do it because of his surgery. That's about all we got out of her. I think that's enough seriousness for now. Not serious. Well, he had a tooth removed, but yeah. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor... You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Ahem. Let's not worry about details for now. I'm kind of upset that my theory was wrong and he wasn't drinking poison for 3 days. Because that would have been really funny. Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course, La Carnival's food is second to none. Sleepover Society! Welcome. How you doing? The Goon Squad? Oh dear God. Perfect timing, I'm done. We're at the end of case 1 of Great Ace Attorney. Welcome. Hope you guys had a good stream over with Jacob and Julia. Hope it was a good time. I appreciate it. Yeah, I just started Great Ace Attorney, and we just finished case 1. So if you're gonna raid and run, I appreciate you swinging by. If you're gonna stick around, we're basically wrapping up. But thanks. If you want to know what happened in this case, a British woman was racist in court for like 5 hours. Basically, that's my summary for you. It's fine. Yeah, we had a beef swap. A woman was racist in court and she did not commit the beef swap, but the military man did commit the beef swap. That's the high crime of beef. A man was murdered, and like that's fine. A man swapped a beef, and I will not stand for that to go unpunished. She was a victim of beef swap. Yeah, but it helped us get closer to the truth. So, what the hell? Penguin Monster, I gifted out 10 subs, and for some reason my alert only gave it to 1. But thank you, appreciate it. Never. For 3 hours because everyone's fell asleep. There you go. Anyway, I'm gonna get back to it, but thank you. Hope everyone's doing well. Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh yes, thank you. It is doing. I don't know why it's doing that individually, but it's fine. Hands you a key. Hands you a key. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? I just want to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. Ha ha ha! I didn't do a thing! Oh god damn it. JC Prophet gifted 10 subs that are also possibly gonna go individually, we'll find out. Thank you, enjoy the emotes. I do have a bunch of Ace Attorney emotes, though most of them are just on BTTV, and anyone can use them. But there are a few that are subscriber items, so. Thanks! From House? Correct. I didn't do a thing! You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. We're still on the Penguin gifted subs. Thank you. Enjoy the emotes. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. My alerts are dying. Okay. Huh. I was on Game Grumps for many years. Appreciate it. Okay, that's what it's supposed to do. Great. Enjoy the emotes. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help but thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. No, not me. All that tense verbal combat? I never want to go through that ever again. I just did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? A bandana and a fan to blow the bandana around? Knowledge of the law? No. You foolish, naive boy. No, the ability to believe. No, I think the ability to know the law is pretty important. That is, I mean, yeah. Good answer. Show me knowledge of the law. Do I have that in the court record? I don't think I do. Okay. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in, even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stop believing in me. Well, you face seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma.
There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Oh? Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. You want to go get burgers? It sounds serious. What is... you're still here, are you? Oh, he's just standing right there. Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Shoot. Damn. Let's pick up this conversation again later. No! We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Yes, that too. He just has tuberculosis. No, it was tutorial tuberculosis, as someone said earlier. My very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikotoba. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Kinda. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. He did actually play a very big role. It was because of the help and support of all of these people that I managed to get through that trial. Why the random shade to Hosonaga? He was crucial. Yes, he stole all the evidence from the scene of the crime, but then he gave it to us when we asked, so like, you know. But more importantly, he proved the beef swap. Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Oh, God. If that's the worst case of these two games, holy shit, are we in for something good? Because that was fun. Yay! Yippee! Bump, 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 bump. Bump, boop, boop, beep, boop. Alright, well, we'll pick this up next stream. The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. This is fun. Okay, for a second I was like, wait, how many cases are there? It just keeps going. There are 5 cases. It's fine. There are 5 cases. You say the next one is the worst one. Well, even better. We'll do the worst one next time. Forever. And then we'll see how it goes. So, thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for chatting and whatever. You know, etc. Me like the next one? Nice. Piece 2 is odd. I'm excited to check it out. So, yeah. And my initial impressions are I'm glad to see a bunch of the mechanics from the Layton crossover in this. Very divisive. Love or hate it. Gotcha. Nice few minutes. Yeah, the raid was literally like after the climax and everything, but I don't know. Is it better timing to show up then and be like, well, you can always go back and look at the VOD, I guess, as opposed to like, hey, welcome. We're in the middle of a bunch of shit that's complicated. Coming in midway into an Ace 30 case is always the most like, it's a weird thing to stream because the stream is, I feel like most people on Twitch, you kind of bounce in and out of streams and bounce around the website. I know there's people that just stick to like, you know, I appreciate my viewers that watch a lot of my streams, but I think a lot of people bounce around. So it's a weird thing to kind of come into partway because I can't do recaps every 5 minutes, but. Oh, see Sneak Peek PS2? No. Next stream. This is fun. Yeah, the latent stuff, the way they're using the 3D, I'm already so just enamored by the little animations, the little custom things. Him slamming his hands on the table and being bad at it is such a good bit. His damage having him fly against the wall and slam back down, like, I don't know. There's very good polish. That's what I noticed from Layton versus Ace Attorney as well. It's like, despite it being on the goddamn 3DS, they were pushing it really hard and making a lot out of little. I mean, that's this franchise in a nutshell, is being like, we have X number of sprites on the Game Boy Advance. Let's just use them as hard as we can. And it feels like they brought that philosophy with them into the 3D of like, obviously we don't have like all these big complicated, I'm here talking for an hour and here's my animation where I'm talking. It like inherited that legacy of really strong posing and fighting and stuff like that, so it was good. Sure, yeah. Damn, that's something else, yeah. I hope they make another one, so. Different Ace Attorney game, yeah, so there's this bird, where there's a pirate song. It goes a little something like this. There you go. Anyway, let me get caught up on stuff and wrap it up because it's a little late for me. I need to have a dinner. Retail Specific gifted a sub to Dow Gamer. Mafia Kitten Bunny, thanks for 14 months. That's almost how old Gumshoe is at this point of the timeline. He's 14 months old. Pirate the Ninja Dino, thanks for 6 months. Ashborn, thanks for 100 bits. Glad to catch you watching Greatest Attorney. Duology is my favorite story of the Ace Attorney series. Also, Azul said, Naruhodo and Aochi are the surnames of Phoenix and the Pains. The Japanese name of this victim is John H. Watson. The name Wilson also comes from the Lupin stories, much like Sholmes. Yeah, my knowledge of Lupin the Third is like Castle of Cagliostro, and that's about it. I think that's the only Lupin. I've seen it twice now. It's like the only Lupin I know, which is fun. But yeah, Story Lupin. Nourishment and Rest, yeah. We love to sail the seven seas, just a bunch of scallywags who are free as free can be. I would play it, but I'm gonna keep. I mean, Watson's dead. He's fine. He'll get better. Rainy Mountains. There's a fascinating blog post by Ace 3's lead localizer, Janet Shu, where they talk about all the nitty-gritty to why Grace 3 was translated the way it was. It does contain spoilers for the game, so refrain from posting for now. But their goal was not only accuracy, but accessibility for non-Japan native audience. I mean, so far, so good. There are little references, things where it's like, I don't know what that type of glass is. Let me look that up, but it feels very accessible. I really like the fact that, like, they didn't take this game and go, it's Japanifornia again. Like, there were some moments in the original 6 games that were like, this is a stretch to call this America. Like the Crane village in the mountains being extremely Japanese. It's just like, that's a little bit hard to believe, you know, but whatever. But with this, they were like, we're not even gonna bother. We're just gonna set in Japan. We're not gonna translate the in-game text. We'll just have a translation pop up when you, like, I appreciate that the art assets, like, here's the business card, here's the map, here's that stuff. Like, they're using the original assets, which is smart for their pipeline. Like, it's less art they have to make for the localization version, but just I like that they're embracing how extremely Japanese it is of the time period and all that kind of stuff. It's interesting, and from case 1, already getting into the socio-political dynamics of this relationship with Great Britain and how that's affecting day-to-day people in their lives, kind of, is like, that's interesting stuff for case 1. Like, I would expect case 1 to be like, you killed this man. No, I didn't. That's our guy. To already bring that stuff in is like, that's interesting. That's cool. I'm excited to see more. Rain Mounts, thanks for the bits. Naburnyard, thanks for 75 months. Start of a new year right. Yes. Smashback, thanks for 100 bits. Ouchie sounds like ouchie. It does. Also, ouchie is the Japanese ateji, where the kanji characters used to phonetically represent a native or borrowed words with less regard to the underlying meaning of the English word ouch. Orpheus Artisan, thanks for 10 months. Awakanu pew pew. Also gifted a sub to Sam Fun Dev. Thank you. It's Dr. Spider. Thanks for 100 bits. The baby did it. Again, when that happened, I was like, please no spoilers. Jokingly, and yet, the game made the same joke later. Like, for a brief moment, I wanted to believe the baby was actually the one pulling the strings, but yeah, you know, it's good. You can't make jokes when Shu Takumi's involved, because he's just gonna out-stupid you every single time. You can't. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm having a good time so far. Get some embrace that. Just a brat? People were saying it was a reference to a Sherlock Holmes character that I'm not familiar with, but it could be both. There's definitely a few puns that are on multiple levels. Astari, thanks for the raid earlier. Dr. Spider, thanks for 100 bits. That's a poop knife, not a steak knife. How dare you? Shatter Sharmok, thanks for 11 months. Ludo History, thanks for the raid. Also 11 months. Emble thanks for 74. Enjoy your monkey for a lot of years of subbing. Excited for you reading this out to scare me when I watch the VOD. Enjoy Ace Attorney Barreled Esquire. Shoutouts to Emble watching the VOD. I'm perceiving you in real time from the past. Enjoy whatever you're doing right now. Gwen Squeaks, thanks for the 63 months. Is that true? No idea. Mookie112, thanks for 8 months. Dave Kaiser, thanks for 73. Glassidia, thanks for 39. Is that Majora's Mask Rando Streamer Barry? When's your blindfolded run like GDQ? Barry is better to become the first Rando blindfolded streamer. I want to yes and the bit, but I'm just so amazed by not just Bubsia. I mean, Bubsia is kind of like the GDQ king, but I mentioned at the start stream I was talking a little bit about GDQ, and there was a run, a 70-star run of Mario 64 with 70 runners. So they had a different person come up on stage for every single star of the game. So someone who's like, my job is to get this 1 star, and that's the only thing I'm going to do. And everyone had to learn their 1 star, which was very fun, very silly time. There were, there was some parts of that run I missed, so there might be more, but there was at least one that I saw where, no, there were 2 that I saw, where they did their stars blindfolded. So there were some people that came up and were like, I'm gonna cover my eyes. One person had their back to it. And then they did their 1 star blindfolded, and it's just like, God, so cool. Kale the Dragon. There were 3 blind. Okay, I think I might have missed the first one, so yeah. Call him a churl. There you go.
3 was it was so cool. Definitely go watch some of those little GDQ VODs. They're great. Kayla Dragon, thanks for 80 months. The number of months is not normal. Good grief. That's a lot. Sunny Alice Art. Metasar, thank you for the raids. Metasar with 51 months. I love this game so much. Glad you're playing it. I am too. It's been a long walk to get here. I mentioned that I streamed the first Ace Attorney just to play the Layton crossover, fell down the rabbit hole, and from that first game, people were like, even if you bounce off the trilogy, people were saying, I hope that you play Greatest Attorney, even if you like skip the rest, because people have this game in really high esteem. And I ended up really enjoying the journey here, but yeah, I'm glad to finally be here, and I'm excited to see what happens. Naya Dalamash, thanks for 96 months. Courtroom Gaming. 96 months, I think that's divisible by 12, right? That's 8 years, maybe. Enjoy your cookie, if I did my math right. Night App, thanks for 97 months. 3 more months till the big hundo. Kevlar, thanks for 94. Keep it up. Arcade Bubbles, thanks for 88. Firmly grasp the facts. Also, thanks for all the bits. I think the racism counter will be maxed out before this case is over. Yeah, we already got a good number. Unfortunately, I don't know. It's probably better if you're gonna tell your time period story. Probably makes sense to include that. It's like, I don't know. Tell the story you want to tell, but if you're like, I'm writing a period piece about this very specific time with these two nations and their dynamics, like, it makes sense to explore that idea. I don't know. I'm largely ignorant of a lot of Japanese history. I am aware of, I don't remember the terms for it. I'm aware of like when Japan opened up. I think it was the Dutch that kind of helped to do that. I don't remember, but yeah, it was like cooperation with foreign powers was a big thing at the time. So it's an interesting. It was the U.S. I thought the U.S. was like later. I don't know. Again, I'm not a big history buff. I think it's interesting. It doesn't stay in my brain. With Connor Perry. Oh, okay. Admiral Perry with the black ships. Gotcha. Admiral Matthew Perry. It was the U.S. The Dutch were allowed there earlier. Okay. Maybe I'm just forgetting the Commodore 64. Dutch only people exempted from the exclusion. The opening was Mary's Point. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. So yeah, a perfect example where like I know some things, but it's all kind of jumbled up and I don't remember it all super well. Yeah, I need, honestly, I might have to rewatch the Bill Wirtz video for like the brief, good enough summary of fucking Japan. So yeah. Also, yeah, what Weep said, appreciate it. Gunboat diplomacy. I mean, there you go. But yeah, anyway, I think it's neat to explore and to kind of have a weird lens into that time. Or just using the time period as vehicles for the conflicts and situations that arise. Neat. So we're just gonna let her drink the remains of a drink now that we know that what poison to test for. Yeah, and she's gonna destroy it like we all predicted. Alex KMZ316, thanks for 12 months. This is my favorite story game. I love most of them. It's just absolute peak. I'm hyped you've started it. Thank you. Sakrul, thanks for the classic hammy. Happy birthday again. Smash for the 83 bits. He turned into Wario, the fucking thing. When the baby pulled his mustache. The Screwy Flamingo, thanks for 4.5 years. Ace Attorney, oh no, I'm late. I pressed buttons, thanks for 12 months. Happy new 12 months. Wasn't notified I streamed till just now. I hope you enjoy what you saw. Pangela Montanari, thanks for 69 bits. 2 Beef Monty. The goddamn beef swapped me. Mint Mango Art, thanks for 10 bits. This pursuit themes on my loop of rotation of songs I listen to while writing papers. I've been listening to basically every soundtrack as I come across them on loop. They're all very good. I like all the variants. I think there's kind of risk with like, I'm saying from the development perspective, it's like, well, you made all of these themes. You made the pursuit theme. You made the objection theme. You made all these things. Like, most games would just grab that and use that. Be like, well, that's the theme. And for each game to have its own take on those is great. Dan has Discorded me something very important, apparently. Okay, all right, thanks, Dan. He sent me a blue sky, a skeet, if you will, that says PSA. If you get a Discord message, and I'm like, oh god, yeah, I appreciate it, because like people have been getting hacked and stuff. So I was like, I immediately was like, oh shit. If Dan's like hopping in a stream, this has got to be urgent. It reads, PSA. If you get a Discord message from someone named Chuckster, do not reply. They will claim to help you get the shine sprite, but in reality, they will just throw you into the abyss. Motherfucker. Okay. damn it. Thank you, Dan. Gamer Deal, thanks for 94 months. Secret Sleepover Society, thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Hope everyone's doing good over there. Bearphonics, thanks for the sub. Welcome. Enjoy the emotes. Pangla Montanari gifted subs. Wow, my alerts really exploded here. To Nook Sundry, Undecided Healer, Cute James, Izaron, Joshua Jacobson Art, Yumitsu, Garbage Trust Fund, Electafuzz, Swamp Fellow, and Kanga Echigai. I definitely pronounced that wrong. Thank you. JC Prophet also gifted 10 subs. To Adris 10, Boa Bakemono, J12, Merm89, ya bald-headed scallywag. What a name. Zombo Rombo, Cumsusser Todd, Bal Corwin, Elusive Elena, and Bet Bet Bam Shep. Thank you. Appreciate it. I gotta get the fuck out of here. I gotta cleanse my Discord of any references of Chucksters. I'm gonna kick you all the fuck out of here. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging and chatting and etc. I appreciate it. Hope everyone's doing well. And if this is your first time with me experiencing this game, buckle up. Apparently we're in for a lot. If you know the game and you're just like, yeah, woo, excited to see me get baffled by Shutakumi, I appreciate it because I really enjoy streaming these games. It is a lot of fun for me, and I'm excited for more bullshit. Let's raid Dither. Haven't raided Dither in a minute. Let's go side of Dither. Yeah, should we beef swap? I think we can beef swap raid, right? Beef swap. Beef swap emote when? The people have been asking for years for me to make a beef swap emote, so maybe I gotta, you know. No, I'm still mad about bar exam from earlier. I'm like, how have I not? Someone's definitely said that at some point, and I just don't know. I have no context for this. Perfect. I could provide context, but I think it's better if I don't. But yeah, so go side Dither. Dither's just chatting, just chilling. I don't fucking know. I don't know. Hanging out. So go say hi to Dither. Wish them a happy beef swap, or I don't know. Beef swap's a terrible tragedy. You don't want to wish someone a happy beef swap. You want to wish them to not have a beef swap in their life. Is what I think. So yeah, I'll be back. What the fuck day is it? It's Sunday, Tuesday. I'll see you Tuesday for maybe more of this. I don't remember. I don't remember my own schedule. So, but we'll be back to this soon. So yeah, I'm gonna send out the raid. Have a good one. Get it out of here. Merry beef swappant. Yes. May your beefs be unswapped, chat. In these trying times, unto you and yours, I wish you a non-beef swap. That is my wish for all of us as we start this new year. So, thanks. Good luck with all of your beef endeavors. The tragedy of beef swap. It wasn't very wise. Goodbye. Thanks for watching, VOD watchers. Hope you're enjoying. I hope you enjoyed case 1 of the guy. And see you next time. I also wish you no beef swaps. Goodbye.